Chapter 652. Song Qinshu had a mysterious expression on his face. Great Master, believe me, you can live to at least 200 years old. I read books, books W_W. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but be shocked. Now that he was a Karma Deva, he had a faint premonition that he could probably live for another 180 years, but how did this brat Song Qinshu know? Seeing the proud look on Song Qinshu's face, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but say, "Since you've brought it up to this point, your Grand Master has no choice but to remind you of a few things. As the saying goes, a 16-year-old girl's body is soft and limp, with a sword at her waist, she beheads fools. Even though we don't see heads being chopped off, it secretly makes one's bone marrow dry up. You're so lustful now, it's not a sign of longevity. You'd better learn more about the way of health from Tai Shifu." With a bitter smile, Song Qinshu said, "Great Master, if you want me to be like you and stay away from women for the rest of my life, it would be worse than killing me." "It's not that exaggerated," Zhang Sanfeng replied. "As the saying goes, concealing one's essence and accumulating one's qi is the key to understanding the unity of man and nature. Just like your great grandmaster, I, who is already more than 100 years old, every morning when I wake up, I'm still like a pillar. Cough, 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 I don't know how many young people I'm more energetic than. This is the true way of longevity." Song Qinshu was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "I'm impressed. Great Master, you've lived for more than 100 years, but you've never tasted a woman. It's too regrettable. I'll take you to Yanjing City when there's time. I'm the owner of the largest brothel in the city. At that time, I'll find a few pure young girls to serve you. Only then will you know what it means to have a cigarette after the deed is better than living as an immortal." Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng's complexion was becoming more and more unsightly, Song Qinshu's tone suddenly changed. His entire person also became solemn. However, for a person at the level of Grand Master, what he pursues is the way of the heavens. How could he possibly look up to the low level of these mortals? Just now, Qinshu just wanted to verify his thoughts. His great master was indeed bright and upright. In the face of such temptation, he was not moved at all. His determination was even better than that of Buddha in those days. Read a book www. Zhang Sanfeng didn't expect him to be so good at making things up. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. "Little brat, I don't know where you've learned to have such a glib tongue these past few years. If there's anything else you want to say, you'd better not spout nonsense. How would I dare to compare myself to the Buddha?" Song Qinshu secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Coming from the future, he basically didn't have the concept of respecting one's teacher like in this world. He didn't treat Zhang Sanfeng as an elder, but subconsciously treated him as a friend. Coupled with the fact that he was used to being unrestrained in his daily life, he had inadvertently said those shameful words from before. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng didn't blame him, Song Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly explained, "When Gautama Buddha was trying to prove his Tao, he almost couldn't resist the temptation of the heavenly demon Bushuan. Grand Master, your heart just now was as calm as an ancient well and didn't have the slightest bit of reaction. Of course, you're more powerful than Gautama Buddha." Zhang Sanfeng laughingly scolded, "How can the temptation of the heavenly demon Bosun be something that can be compared to those few words of yours? I want to read a book, book WCW. _111K. The old man and the young man joked for a while. Song Qinshu suddenly recalled that when Zhang Sanfeng had mentioned Sandu's guardian demon subduing Hoop, he had only mentioned that it was a little tricky and hadn't given any other reaction. Song Qinshu couldn't help but secretly admire Zhang Sanfeng. Grand Master's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. Back in the day, when Zhang Wuji was at the peak of his cultivation, he was beaten into a dog by this Sandu's guardian demon subduing Hoop. Although he understood that the current Zhang Wuji wasn't the real Zhang Wuji, and that the soul of the venerated Ming was in his body, Song Qinshu didn't have a good impression of Zhang Wuji. Therefore, he wasn't so polite when he spoke of the other party. Grand Master, in addition to Sandu, there is also the 13 ultimate divine monk Xianqing, who is known as the #1 person in the last 200 years. There is also Fang Jing, who has reached the peak of Yi Jin Jing, and the incomparably mysterious little monk Su Zhu. If these people were to swarm you, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for you to fight them with just 2 fists. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng was silent, he knew that it was time to give him a strong dose of medicine. These people are actually not what I'm most worried about. What I'm most worried about is the sweeping monk in the Shaolin Temple's scripture pavilion. Sweeping monk? Zhang Sanfeng's eyebrows twitched. Obviously, he had never heard of this person. Song Qinshu hurriedly recited the description of the sweeping monk in the original work one by one. Of course, he changed it to fit the specific situation of the current world. Zhang Sanfeng's eyes lit up as he listened. With your current eyesight, if you think that the sweeping monk's cultivation is not below mine, then I'm sure it's not far from the truth. Zhang Sanfeng's face revealed a look of worry. If that's the case, then I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get people from Shaolin. Well, you and I will go to Shaolin together. But you have to promise me one thing. Grand Master, please go ahead. Song Qinshu said. Qinshu, you are young and full of vigor. Your martial arts are also shocking. I'm worried that when the time comes, you won't be able to control your emotions and will really form an unresolvable hatred with the Shaolin monk. After all, we still don't know whether or not it was Shaolin who did it. If we wrongly blame a good person, then wouldn't that be giving advantage to the conspirators hiding in the dark? This was the reason why Zhang Sanfeng had been hesitant about whether or not to let Song Qinshu accompany him. The last time he returned to Shaolin to ask for the Oi9 Yang manual for Little Wuji, the aggressive faces of those monks were still fresh in his mind. He had lived for 100 years and had already seen through everything. Naturally, he wouldn't get angry because of these small things. However, Song Qinshu was still young and might not be able to bear such anger. If at that time a fight broke out because of a quarrel, it was really not what he wanted. However, although he had an easygoing temperament, he was not a pedantic person. If the Shaolin Temple was really hiding a top master who was not inferior to himself, if he insisted on going up the mountain alone, it would really be somewhat unwise. Don't worry, Grand Master. When the time comes, Qinshu will listen to everything you say. Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words, Song Qinshu was somewhat disapproving. He had already formed an unresolvable hatred with the Shaolin Temple. In the beginning, he had completely destroyed the plan that the southern Shaolin Temple had painstakingly worked on for decades. After that, he had repeatedly become enemies with the Shaolin Temple. Those people from the Shaolin Temple had probably long planned to get rid of him. Even so, he still chose to go up to the Shaolin Temple together. After all, with his current martial arts, and with Zhang Sanfeng accompanying him, he did not believe that the Shaolin Temple could do anything to him. The two of them decided to immediately set off for the Shaolin Temple. When Xia Qingqing, Audiobook, and the other women found out about this, they also wanted to go together. However, Song Qinshu thought about it again and still refused. Although the martial arts of the two of them were not bad, in that kind of situation, the help they could provide was limited. Moreover, the Golden Snake Camp still needed someone to oversee it. In addition, Li Keqiu still needed to be contacted. Therefore, he arranged for Xia Qingqing to continue to oversee the Golden Snake Camp, while Audiobook went to visit Li Keqiu with his own handwritten letter. Although he could not personally go, with Audiobook's status as a former Ming princess, it was enough to see that the Golden Snake Camp valued him. However, Song Qinshu knew that Li Keqiu had 100,000 Green Camp soldiers under her control. She was a target that all the forces competed to win over. Audiobook's visit might not be effective. Ren Yingying took advantage of the fact that everyone was out and took the opportunity to escape. When Song Qingshu heard this news, he only secretly sighed and ordered his subordinates to let her go. He did not allow his subordinates to capture her. As for Zi, she was naturally left behind by Song Qingshu to share Xia Qingqing's worries. After everything was arranged, the old man and the young girl set off on their journey to the Shaolin Temple. Even more on the second day. Thank you for your support, Wine over Autumn Moon. I've really been squeezed dry by you. Chapter 653. Along the way, Song Qingshu naturally would not waste such a good opportunity. From time to time, he would ask Zhang Sanfeng for guidance on the intricacies of martial arts, and then compare it with his own insight. After a few days, he actually began to faintly show signs of mastering the different martial arts he had learned. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh with a myriad of emotions. Zhang Sanfeng was indeed worthy of being called the person who was on par with Bodhidharma in the Golden Book system. His level of cultivation and knowledge was truly unfathomable. Zhang Sanfeng was also very surprised by Song Qingshu's ability to understand. Often, he only needed to give a few pointers and Song Qingshu would be able to immediately understand. This made him feel strange. In the past, Song Qingshu didn't seem to have such a high aptitude. Could this be the so-called late bloomer? Zhang Sanfeng didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Song Yuanxiao had such an outstanding son, he couldn't be happier. Very quickly, he realized that Song Qingshu's entire life of martial arts was extremely complicated. He couldn't help but curiously ask about his experiences after the lion-slaying festival. When he heard that Song Qingshu had received Wang Yuan's guidance and went to the city of Jingzhou to obtain the divine illuminating scripture to repair his meridians, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but sigh. The Miss Wang you speak of is only 16 years old, yet she is so familiar with all the martial arts in the world. This world really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After praising Wang Yuan, Zhang Sanfeng began to sigh again. In my early years, I heard that the divine illuminating scripture had the ability to bring the dead back to life. I thought it was just a rumor in the martial world, but I didn't expect it to actually be true. Although the divine illuminating scripture isn't well known, from your description, its profound is definitely not inferior to the I Jin Jing, divine Nine Yang, and divine Nine Yin. When he heard that Song Qingshu had lost all his martial arts due to an accident and went to the Ningma temple to obtain the joyful Zen, Zhang Sanfeng was even more shocked. Master Lotus is an extremely prominent figure in the Tantric Buddhism. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, he soon frowned. No wonder you're so lustful now. Turns out that you've been influenced by this martial art. As far as I know, no one from the Tantric sect has been able to truly master this martial art all these years. Most of them were eventually controlled by their desires and fell into the path of evil, ultimately bringing about their own destruction. Song Qingshu's face was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly interrupted, "Great Master, I know all this, but I had no other choice but to learn this. I had no choice but to drink poison to quench my thirst." Zhang Sanfeng asked in a deeply concerned manner, "This martial technique is extremely strange and evil. The higher one's power, the heavier the inner demon would be. Has anything strange happened to your body?" Feeling Zhang Sanfeng's worry, Song Qingshu felt warm in his heart and hurriedly replied, "Indeed, I was almost obsessed by the devil in my heart." Then he told Zhang Sanfeng about his indulgence in the Forbidden City. Of course, after Zhang Sanfeng handled it, he hid some secret. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but wonder, "Hey, with your current power, as far as I know, the devil in your heart shouldn't be limited to this. Why isn't this martial art as terrifying as you imagined?" Song Qingshu smiled calmly. "Perhaps I've always been a lustful person, and this martial art is fated to be with me." Zhang Sanfeng nodded repeatedly. What you said is not without reason. Think about the Tantric sect. Although they don't abstain from lust, the practice of dual cultivation is really against the Buddhist principles. As long as the monks of the Tantric sect practice, they will inevitably have a sense of guilt in their hearts. As time goes by, the devil in their heart will become more and more difficult to dispel. Unlike you, you little rascal, who can't wait for dual cultivation. Instead, it's a blessing in disguise and you don't have the corresponding negative karma. Song Qinshu was dumbfounded. So there's actually such a benefit to being lustful? Zhang Sanfeng shook his head. If you abuse this martial art to harm innocent girls, it will also produce the devil in your heart. Fortunately, even though you're lustful, you still have some strength of character. You didn't go and pluck flowers. Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face. Actually, he did pluck flowers, such as Little Tong Ho, Nanlan, Luo Bing. However, these were mostly done by his own means and not by using the Mary Diana to seduce them. Of course, looking at Zhang Sanfeng's sage-like appearance, he naturally didn't dare to dirty his ears with these matters. Zhang Sanfeng asked him some questions about the Mary Diana. After thinking for a long time, he said, Qinshu, if Grand Master's prediction is correct, as long as you can adhere to the 4 words never forget your original heart, perhaps you can really cultivate this supreme martial art that no one has ever succeeded in before. Song Qinshu knew that with Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation and knowledge, he would never speak without thinking. Hearing him say this, it was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He couldn't help but smile. I wonder what effect it will have after I've truly cultivated it. Zhang Sanfeng looked at the white clouds in the sky and said thoughtfully, according to legend, the Yellow Emperor had 3,000 women and finally ascended to heaven. This martial art of yours may have the same effect. Ascended to heaven? I don't care about it. How can it compare to building a huge harem in this world? Song Qinshu couldn't help but shake his head. Suddenly, he had a thought and hurriedly said, Grand Master, isn't the highest realm of Taoism that you are pursuing is to ascend to heaven? How about I teach you this martial art? With your determination, even if you have 3,000 women, you will definitely be able to overcome those messy inner demons. Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng was speechless. He couldn't help but laugh and scold, Get out of here. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Seeing that Song Qinshu had also stopped smiling and was looking at him, he couldn't help but ask, You heard it too? Yes. Song Qinshu nodded. From a few miles away there was the sound of fighting. Listening to the battle, it seemed that the 2 parties involved were extremely skilled. The 2 of them had important matters to attend to and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, the place where the other party was fighting just happened to be in the middle of their path. Although the 2 of them didn't know whether the other party was a friend or a foe, with their martial arts, there was naturally no reason for them to deliberately avoid taking a detour. Thus, they walked straight towards the place where the sound was coming from. Not long after, the situation of the 2 parties could be seen. They saw a yellow-robed monk and a middle-aged man in a green robe fighting back and forth. When this person waves his palms, it seems that he can produce invisible sword energy. Moreover, he obviously only used 2 palms, but there are 8 forces. When did Shaolin have such a master? Zhang Sanfeng was secretly shocked. The other middle-aged man in a green robe was not inferior. Both of his palms flew up and down, protecting the acupoints of his body. At the same time, he faintly sealed off the opponent's next move. Moreover, it seemed that the monk was quite afraid of facing his palms. Sensing that there were outsiders around them, the 2 people in the field simultaneously stopped their martial arts and took a few steps back. While secretly guarding against the other party, they looked towards Zhang Sanfeng and Song Qinshu. When they saw the appearance of Song Qinshu, the 2 of them couldn't help but be overjoyed. My dear son-in-law, quickly help me get rid of this monk. Junior brother, Be careful of this devil's evil martial arts. The two of them spoke at the same time. When they heard each other's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. You two know each other? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two people were both old acquaintances. The yellow-robed monk's face was glowing with health and vigor. There seemed to be a faint light flowing around his face. Naturally, he was the long-lost Great Wheel Wisdom King, Jiumaji. The scholar in a green robe had delicate features, but his face was really frighteningly pale. He was the leader of the Sun-Moon God cult, Ren Wuxing. Seeing that both of them were old acquaintances, this fight naturally couldn't happen. The two of them snorted and simultaneously stopped their martial art. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Why did the two of you fight? Third more. Chapter 654. Ren Wuxing snorted in annoyance. You can ask him yourself. I came to the Hunan branch to eradicate the forces that were bribed by the Ming cult. Who would have thought that I would run into this bastard? After he found out about my identity, he attacked me without saying a word. Seeing Song Qingshu's questioning gaze, Jiumaji smiled bitterly. Junior martial brother, you know that my biggest hobby is to find people to spar with. After I lost to Dongfang Bubi in the Forbidden City, I returned to Tufan and practiced hard. I felt that my martial arts had improved greatly, so I wanted to spar with Dongfang Bubi again to avenge my humiliation. Who knew that Mr. Ren had already taken Dongfang Bubi's position and his whereabouts were unknown. I thought that since Mr. Ren could defeat Dongfang Bubi, his martial arts must be great, so it would be the same to spar with him. I was worried that he would refuse, so I attacked him to force him to fight. Junior martial brother? Ren Wuxing was surprised when he heard how Jiumaji addressed Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. In the past, I learned the lotus peanuts from Tufan's Ningma temple, so in a sense, I am indeed Wisdom King's junior martial brother. Ren Wuxing's eyes flashed. No wonder Song Qingshu's martial arts were so terrifying at such a young age. It turned out that he had such a strange encounter and learned the divine arts of Tantric Buddhism. Song Qingshu continued to introduce to Jiumaji, Wisdom King, this is my father-in-law, the current leader of Sun-Moon God sect, Ren Wuxing. Jiumaji thought, every time I see you, you have a different beauty by your side. Now that you are the son-in-law of Ren Wuxing, no wonder Master taught you the Joy Zen. Monk Jiumaji greets Mr. Ren. Mr. Ren's astral absorption great technique is indeed worthy of its reputation. I hope Mr. Ren can forgive me for my previous offense. Jiumaji put his palms together and bowed. Ren Wuxing's expression became a little better. He hurriedly replied, your flame blade is also very brilliant. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Seeing the two of them flattering each other, Song Qingshu suddenly remembered Zhang Sanfeng and hurriedly introduced, this is Song Mao's great master. Your great master? Jiumaji and Ren Wuxing were both startled, because Song Qingshu had never considered himself as a disciple of Wudong sect, so they naturally didn't think that way. Ren Wuxing was startled. To be able to teach such a powerful disciple like Song Qingshu, this person's martial arts must be unimaginably high. Jiumaji's first reaction was that he had never heard that his master had a master. When he saw that the other party was dressed like a Taoist priest, he realized that he had misunderstood. The other party had nothing to do with the Tantric sect. He should be Song Qingshu's Grand Master from the Central Plains. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly and stepped forward. This humble Taoist is Zhang Sanfeng from Wudong. I pay my respects to the Great Wheel Wisdom King and sect leader Ren. Zhang Sanfeng? When the two of them heard the other party's name, they both sucked in a breath of cold air. Whether it was the cult leader of the evil cult, or the faraway Daluan Ming Wang in the western frontier, they all knew what these three words meant. He was the publicly acknowledged number one person in the Central Plains Wulin world. Therefore, although Ren Wuxing had always been arrogant, he had always told his followers not to offend the people of Wudong sect. Jiumaji had challenged everyone in the Central Plains Wuling world, but he had never thought of going to Wudong Mountain and asking for trouble. "Greetings, Taoist Zhang." The two of them hurriedly saluted. "Both of you are sect leaders, there is no need to be so polite." As soon as Zhang Sanfeng's voice faded, Jiumaji and Ren Wuxing felt a gentle force coming towards them, as if they were being supported by a pair of invisible hands. Ren Wuxing's heart skipped a beat. He didn't see Zhang Sanfeng stretch out his hand just now. The other party didn't even move his sleeves. This kind of ability to move as he pleased was something that he couldn't even dream of. Jiumaji, on the other hand, thought deeper. Zhang Sanfeng's move seemed to be similar to the Shaolin Temple's formless finger of disaster. Both of them exerted force in an invisible and formless manner. However, even though the name Formless Finger of Disaster was formless, it still needed to be executed. As for how Zhang Sanfeng managed to do it, Jiumaji had no idea at all. Song Qingshu didn't know that Zhang Sanfeng was able to intimidate the two of them with such a simple move. Seeing that the two of them were silent and thinking about how to rescue Song Yuanxiao and the others, he cupped his fists and said, "The two of us have important matters to attend to, so it is inconvenient for us to stay here for too long. I hope the two of you won't mind." Ren Wuxing asked curiously, "My dear son-in-law, the two of you seem to be in a hurry with a worried look on your face. What happened?" Ren Wuxing had always been a meticulous person, so he quickly discovered the abnormality of the two of them. With their martial arts and Zhang Sanfeng's prestige and status in the martial world, what could possibly be difficult for them? Hearing this, Jiumaji also said, "That's right, junior apprentice brother. Even though senior apprentice brother's martial arts is weak, he might be able to help." Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. Thinking about how the Shaolin Temple was filled with experts, if he could get the help of these two people, it might not be a bad thing. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng didn't intend to hide anything, he told him about the disappearance of Song Yuanxiao and the others. He also told them that they were preparing to go to the Shaolin Temple to investigate. Ren Wuxing smiled coldly. "My dear son-in-law, your matter is naturally my matter. Not to mention that those bald donkeys from the Shaolin Temple are colluding with that Zhua guy from the Song Mountain sect. They are always making things difficult for our sect. I've long been displeased with them. Going to the Shaolin Temple, count me in." Jiumaji also laughed loudly. "Junior apprentice brother, I was originally planning to pay a visit to the Shaolin Temple to learn from their so-called 72 ultimate techniques. Just in time, let's go together." Hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Even though these two people's martial arts were high, they weren't righteous people. It was obvious that they didn't have good intentions. If he went up the mountain with them, it would really damage Wu Dang's reputation. Naturally, Song Qingshu understood his concerns and hurriedly said, "Great Master, they are all on the same side. Since they have the heart to help, the more people we have, the more power we have. The more people we have, the greater the chance of saving the several martial uncles will be." Originally, Zhang Sanfeng was still hesitant, but after hearing what Song Qingshu said, he felt that there was some truth in Song Qingshu's words. If the mastermind behind the scenes wasn't the Shaolin Temple, then everything would be fine. But if it really was the Shaolin Temple, then with the sweeping monk that Qingshu had mentioned, it would indeed be beyond the power of the grandfather and grandson duo to rescue Song Yuanxiao and the others from the Shaolin Temple. That's fine too. But I hope that when the time comes, the two of you won't hurt the relationship between the Shaolin Temple and the Shaolin Temple." Zhang Sanfeng said. "Of course, we will listen to Master Zhang's arrangements." Even though Ren Wuxing and Jiumaji didn't agree, they naturally wouldn't refute Zhang Sanfeng's words. With the addition of these two people, Song Qingshu felt even more confident. As he hurried along, he thought to himself, "If it wasn't for the fact that Great Master wouldn't agree with my personality, I would definitely invite as many helpers as I can before I go to the Shaolin Temple. Apart from these two people, I would also invite Dongfang Bubi, Xiao Feng, Ouyang Feng, Yang Miaozhen. I would call all of them. It would be strange if I didn't turn the Shaolin Temple upside down. Wait a minute, if Ren Wuxing sees Dongfang Bubi, he would probably fight with him first. Xiao Feng also regards Shaolin Temple as his sect, so he probably wouldn't help me either. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, Ren Wuxing suddenly asked, Qingshu, not long ago, Yingying came to the Golden Snake Camp to look for you. Have you seen her? Fourth more. Chapter 655. We didn't just see each other, we even got married. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Ah! Ren Wuxing was shocked. Great Master is our wedding witness. Song Qingshu hurriedly told him the whole story selectively. Of course, from his mouth, Ren Yingying was definitely not deceived, but was willing to go through the wedding ceremony with him. Ren Wuxing felt upset. Why didn't you invite me, the father, for such a big event? And with such a hasty wedding, it's obvious that the wedding was too simple. Song Qingshu immediately guessed what he was thinking and hurriedly explained. I hope father-in-law doesn't mind. The main thing is that something happened to my father. After rescuing my father and the others, I will definitely hold a grand wedding to marry Yingying. Ren Wuxing's anger turned into joy, but he still said, having Master Zhang as a witness is Yingying's good fortune, ha. While Song Qingshu and Ren Wuxing were whispering to each other, Jiumaji was asking Zhang Sanfeng for advice. Jiumaji was a very arrogant person. He didn't put the people of the Central Plains in his eyes, but Zhang Sanfeng was too famous, so he didn't dare to provoke Wu Dang without full confidence. Now that he had such a good opportunity to test Zhang Sanfeng's strength, he naturally wouldn't let it go. So along the way, he asked Zhang Sanfeng questions about martial art. Zhang Sanfeng was indeed worthy of being called a great master. When faced with some questions that were deliberately made difficult by Jiu Sanfeng, he would often answer them in a few words, which made Jiumaji afraid and scared. Just like that, the four of them arrived at the foot of Mount Song. Song Qingshu originally wanted to go in and investigate, but Zhang Sanfeng didn't allow it. With his status, he really couldn't do such a thing. Song Qingshu thought it made sense, so he decided to go to the mountain openly. The four of them went up Mount Shaoshi. Zhang Sanfeng remembered that more than 90 years ago, his Master Juyuan carried a pair of iron buckets and escaped from Shaolin with Guoxiang and himself. Note: Guoxiang in this book is not Guojing's daughter, it's just the same name. Looking back at the past, it was more than a lifetime ago. He slowly went up the mountain. The 5 peaks looked the same as before, but Juyuan, Guoxiang and the others were no longer in this world. The four of them arrived at a reed pavilion and happened to see 2 young monks talking and laughing. Zhang Sanfeng stepped forward and said, "Please tell them that Zhang Sanfeng of Wu Dang is here to see the abbot." When the 2 monks heard Zhang Sanfeng's name, they were startled. They focused their gazes on him, sizing him up. They saw that his stature was abnormally tall, his hair was like silver, his face was rosy and smooth, and his smile was very amiable. The green robe he wore was unbearably dirty. The 2 monks couldn't help but think, Zhang Sanfeng is the great grandmaster of Wu Dang. Wu Dang has never been on good terms with our Shaolin. Could it be that he's here to cause trouble? However, looking at the extraordinary appearance of the 3 people accompanying him, they could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. Being glanced at by the 3 people, the 2 monks suddenly felt an invisible pressure and subconsciously believed 80% of it. Are you really Zhang? Zhenren Zhang of Wudong Mountain? Zhang Sanfeng laughed. I'm the real deal. I wouldn't dare to fake it. The other monk did not believe him at all when he heard that his words did not have the dignified air of a grandmaster, but he did not dare to ask again. He could only turn to Song Qingshu and the other 2. May I know your names? Song Qingshu and the other 2 introduced themselves. The 2 monks were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a big shot in their lives. Who would have thought that they would see 4 of them? The 2 monks looked at each other. Although they were a little suspicious, they didn't dare to be negligent. They hurried back to the temple to report. Hearing that Zhang Sanfeng had personally arrived, accompanied by the Golden Snake King Song Qingshu, the Sun Moon Cult's hierarch Ren Wuxing, and the Great Wheel Wisdom King Jiumaji, all of whom were top-notch experts in the Jianghu, the entire Shaolin Temple was shaken. The simple and unadorned sound of the bell resounded through the temple for several miles. On one side, all the monks in the temple were summoned to the Hall of Great Strength in case of an emergency. On the other side, someone was sent to invite the left sect leader of the Song Mountain sect. Abbot Xian Ci led the monks of the Xian, Kong, and Fang generation to greet them. Along the way, Xian Ci discussed with the monks in the temple, Zhang Sanfeng is 100 years old. His martial arts are unfathomable. Who in the world can be his opponent? This time, he naturally had nothing to fear. Song Qingshu and Ren Wuxing were accompanying him. One of them had defeated all the heroes in the world during the Golden Snake meeting, and the other was the cult leader of the evil cult, whose Absorbing Star's great art was unparalleled in the martial world. Although Jiumaji was not famous, since he was able to travel with them, his martial arts should not be too bad. So many experts came to Shaolin together. Maybe they have the intention to destroy Shaolin. Even if we are not their opponents, the thousands of monks in the temple will rush forward to protect the reputation of Shaolin Temple. The rest of the monks nodded and answered, "We swear to live and die with Shaolin." Not long after, the temple door opened. Seeing Zhang Sanfeng and the other 3, Xian Ci couldn't help but secretly complain, "I was hoping that it was a few arrogant people who came to make fun of Shaolin. I didn't expect it to be them." In front of the enemy, Xian Ci quickly calmed down and led Zhu Xian, Zhu Wen, Zhu Kong, and more than 10 elders of Dharma Hall to greet them. "Monk Xian Ci greets you." Xian Ci put his palms together and greeted. Zhang Sanfeng saw that Xian Ci's eyes were reserved. It was obvious that his cultivation was extremely profound. He couldn't help but sigh. Great Master Xian Ci and the holy mountain of Qing Liang Temple were known as the Dragon Vanquishing Tiger Arhat. Shaolin's 1,000 years of accumulation really lived up to its name. Song Qingshu looked at the righteous old monk in front of him and couldn't help but secretly curl his lips. "You can hide from the world, but how can you hide from me? That year, you broke the precept of lust and gave birth to a child with Yi Ernyang. Afterwards, you ignored Yi Ernyang and her son and let Yi Ernyang wreak havoc in the Wuling world. At the same time, you watched your old friends die one by one and refused to reveal your identity as the leader. You really are a sanctimonious monk." However, he knew that this secret was extremely valuable and now was far from the time to reveal it. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng didn't know any of this. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Abbot and the great masters, for coming out to greet us. How can I accept this?" Although Song Qingshu and the others were a bit unhappy, they could only follow suit and bow. Ren Wuxing snorted coldly in his heart. "I have traveled the Wuling world, how can these stinky monks deserve my bow?" Jiumaji, on the other hand, was thinking, "It is said that Shaolin is full of experts. Although the martial arts of these people in front of me are not bad, none of them can be my opponent. If it wasn't for Master Zhang's face. I will let you accept my bow first. If I don't humiliate you later, I won't be able to show off my abilities." Xian Ci quickly put his palms together and asked, "Master Zhang and the others have come from afar. This is really unexpected. May I know what instruction you have for me?" Zhang Sanfeng said, "I have a question." Xian Ci said, "Everyone, please sit down." As soon as Zhang Sanfeng sat down in the pavilion, a monk came to serve him tea. Ren Wuxing had long been angry in his heart. Seeing this, he sneered and said, "The 3 of us are fine. Although we have a bit of fame in the Wuling world, compared to Master Zhang, we are nothing more than fireflies. In any case, Master Zhang is a great master of a sect, and can be considered as your senior. Why didn't you invite him into the temple, and instead let him sit on the ground halfway up the mountain? Even if you are treating an ordinary guest, you shouldn't be this impolite. Shaolin is really getting worse with each generation. Both sides were already wary of each other. As soon as Ren Wuxing finished speaking, the expressions of the Shaolin monks changed. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense. Zongheng VIP Readers Group requires fan points and above, ordinary group 337294925, full ordinary group 2524443728, thanks to Duanmu Ling 95. Chapter 656. Xian Ci said, "If the three of you had come alone to our humble mountain, we would have respectfully welcomed you into the temple. It's just that the three of you have come together with Zhang Jinren. When Zhang Jinren was young, he left the Shaolin temple without saying goodbye. I'm sure Zhang Jinren is well aware of our sect's several hundred-year-old rule. Any traitor or abandoned disciple of our sect is not allowed to take a single step into the Shaolin temple for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he will be punished by having his legs chopped off." Zhang Sanfeng smiled but did not say anything. Song Qinshu, on the other hand, did not have such a good temperament. With a cold laugh he said, "When Tai Shifu was young, although he once served Reverend Jiuan in the Shaolin temple, he was only a servant who swept the floor and brewed tea. He did not shave his head nor did he take him as his master. How could he be considered a Shaolin disciple?" Xian Ci coldly said, "But Zhang Jinren secretly learned martial arts from the Shaolin temple." Song Qinshu recalled Zhang Sanfeng's own words. "My Wu Dang Pai's martial arts, although I was the one who painstakingly created them, if I traced back to the source, if Jueyuan Dashi did not teach me the Nine Yang Manual, and Guanuxia did not give me the pair of Shaolin iron Luohan swords, I would not have been able to rely on any martial arts. It would not be an exaggeration to say that my martial arts came from Shaolin." However, Zhang Sanfeng's acceptance did not mean that Song Qinshu was. Seeing that the Shaolin temple kept mentioning the word traitor, he could not restrain his anger from rising. "You keep on saying that Tai Shifu secretly learned Shaolin's martial art. Now that Wu Dang's martial arts are known by everyone in the Jianghu, why don't you tell me which martial art belongs to your Shaolin temple?" Xian Ci indifferently said, "Zhang Jinren's Nine Yang divine skill belongs to our temple." Song Qinshu was at a loss for words. However, he had always been quick-witted and quickly had an idea. If Tai Shifu really knew the Nine Yang divine skill, he would not have brought Zhang Wuji to the Shaolin temple to be looked down upon by you. Besides, in today's world, only the Ming cult's cult leader Zhang Wuji knows the Nine Yang divine skill, and his Nine Yang divine skill secret manual came from a valley in Kunlun Mountains, not from your Shaolin temple. To be honest, perhaps it was your Shaolin temple who secretly learned some fragments of the Nine Yang manual from who knows where, and then used it to brag that the Nine Yang divine skill belongs to your Shaolin temple." Hearing his words, the monks opposite him angrily rebuked him. Xian Ci frowned. Fortunately, as the abbot, he knew a thing or two about the past. He slowly replied, "That year, our temple's manual of the Nine Yang divine skill was stolen by Yin Kashi and Xiaoxiangzi. Presumably, the secret manual that Zhang Jiaozhu obtained in Kunlun was stolen by the two of them. Zhang Jinren is also aware of this matter." Zhang Sanfeng nodded his head. In a deep voice he said, "Qinshu, don't be rude. Do you still remember what you promised me before?" Song Qinshu nodded his head helplessly. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. "Tai Shifu, oh Tai Shifu, why do you have to be so honest? Originally, if you had denied it, I would have said a few words to make Shaolin Temple unable to bring this matter up again, but in his heart, he knew very well what kind of person Zhang Sanfeng was. Naturally, he would not stoop to lying. I have not come here today to argue with your temple about the past. I have another request." Zhang Sanfeng calmly said. Xian Xi and Fang Jing looked at each other and thought, I wonder what he has come here for? Bringing so many experts with him, I don't think he has any good intentions. Xian Xi said, Please elaborate. Not long ago, several of my disciples disappeared one after another. Zhang Sanfeng slowly explained the disappearance of Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting, as well as the disappearance of Song Yuanxiao when he went to look for them. Xian Xi could not help but ask, Hero Song and the others have met with such a great disaster. This poor monk is deeply sorry. But why did you come to Shaolin Temple? Could it be that you suspect that our Shaolin Temple was not the culprit? Song Qingshu snorted, and took out the wooden plank he had dug out from the rundown temple from his bag. He pointed at the palm print on it and said, Masters, you are all kung fu masters. Surely you can recognize what kind of kung fu this palm print was made, right? Master Fang Jing took the wooden plank and looked at it. He was still a little uncertain. He handed it over to Xian Xi and said, Brother, do you think this is it? Xian Xi could not help but nod. Yes, this was indeed created by the power of our temple's prajna palm. Seeing that Xian Xi had confirmed it, Song Qingshu stretched out his hand and sucked the wooden plank in Xian Xi's hand over to him. This action caused everyone present to turn pale. Xian Xi thought to herself, although I wasn't prepared, the thing in my hand can't be taken away so easily. The opponent just grabbed the air and snatched the plank back. Could it be the long-lost dragon-catching skill of Jianghu? Jiumaji was also secretly shocked. After not seeing him for a while, his martial arts seemed to have made a breakthrough. I wonder if my controlling crane technique or his grab would win. Ren Wuxing was also deep in thought. My absorbing star's great technique also has a similar effect. However, it can only be used against people whose martial arts are much weaker than mine. To snatch something from the hands of the Shaolin Temple's abbot would be very difficult. Surname Song, what is the meaning of this? Last time, Xian Cheng was defeated by Zhang Sanfeng and went into closed-door cultivation. Today, when he heard the alarm in the temple, he came out to investigate. That was why he came out later than the other monks and saw this scene. Xian Cheng could not help but be angry. I am afraid that you will destroy the evidence. Song Qingshu replied calmly. Xian Cheng heard the sarcasm in his voice and could not help but say, Surname Song, explain it to me clearly. Although I have not read much Buddhist scriptures, I understand that people who practice Buddhism must abstain from greed, anger, and foolishness. Your words are so angry, it seems that your cultivation is not good enough. Song Qingshu's words made Xian Cheng seethe with anger. However, he was too lazy to continue talking to him. Instead, he said to Xian Xi, Abbot, do you know where this wooden plank was found? Xian Xi vaguely had a bad guess in his heart. But now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and ask, This old monk does not know. Please enlighten me, Golden Snake King. Song Qingshu's expression was wooden. The scene where my fourth Uncle Zhang and sixth Uncle Yin disappeared was full of traces of a fight. And this prajna palm print was left at the scene. At this time, I hope that the masters can give us an explanation. Although he had vaguely guessed it before, hearing the other party say it out loud, Xian Xi could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The expressions of the surrounding monks also changed. This matter is definitely not the work of Shaolin. I hope that Master Zhang will investigate clearly. Xian Xi hurriedly said. Zhang Sanfeng sighed. I also do not believe that their disappearance has anything to do with your temple. But although the martial arts of my two disciples are not high, they are not something that ordinary people can subdue. The prajna palm is also a secret of your temple. To be able to cultivate the prajna palm to such a level, besides the high monks of your temple, I really cannot think of anyone else in Jianghu. Kong Ji, who was at the side, could not restrain himself. He pointed at Zhang Sanfeng and said angrily, listening to Master Zhang. Could it be that you want to wrongly accuse our Shaolin Temple of being the mastermind of this matter? Among the 4 great monks of Shaolin, Kong Wen, Kong Ji, Kong Jian was the most merciful. Unfortunately, he passed away the earliest. Kong Wen was extremely shrewd. He did not show his emotions on his face. Kong Ji was muddle-headed, naive, and ignorant of the affairs of the world. Kong Ji was narrow-minded. He often felt that Zhang Sanfeng had secretly learned a lot of martial arts from the Shaolin Temple. Instead, he had caused the reputation of the Wu Dang sect to suddenly surpass that of the Shaolin Temple. Chapter 657. You! Kong Ji was enraged. As one of the 4 divine monks of Shaolin Temple, he was proficient in 11 of the 72 arts of Shaolin and was only second to Xian Qing and Fang Jing. He had always been arrogant and conceited, so when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, the other party was the hierarch of the Sun-Moon God sect. Although he had some misgivings in his heart, he had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. He could only strike the railings around the pavilion with his palm. With a cracking sound, the railings were completely broken. Wooden splinters flew everywhere and were instantly shattered. The power of this palm was truly astonishing. Ren Wuxing's eyes narrowed. Bald donkey Kong Ji, what are you trying to do here? Do you think I'm just a railing that you can strike at? If you have the guts, come and fight me. You're making a fool out of yourself by only showing off your power to an inanimate object. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Seeing that both parties were about to fight, he wanted to stop them, but Ren Wuxing was the leader of a sect and not a member of the Wu Dang sect. After all, they had come to the mountain together out of good intentions, so he didn't want to interfere. Kong Ji had just suppressed his impulse with great difficulty. Now that he heard Ren Wuxing's provocation, he couldn't take it any more and shouted, "You think I'm afraid of you?" Then he struck out with his palm. Although Xian Ci felt that it was inappropriate, Kong Ji was one of the top experts in the temple. Now that Kong Ji had struck out in anger, it was too late for him to stop him. Good move. Ren Wuxing had been provoking Kong Ji with his words, so he was naturally on guard. Seeing that Kong Ji had made the first move, he didn't need to be polite anymore. With a grin, his whole body shot forward like a cannonball. The two of them fought back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The impact of their punches and kicks caused the clothes of the people around them to flutter. The people in the front row were all experts, so they could clearly see the exchange of moves between the two of them. Kong Ji had used no less than 10 Shaolin martial arts, but Ren Wuxing had only used one type of palm technique to neutralize all of Kong Ji's martial arts. Although Ren Wuxing's palm technique was simple and unadorned, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. It was obvious that the palm technique itself was extraordinary. A loud bang resounded. It turned out that Ren Wuxing had forced Kong Ji into a corner and forced him to extend his palm to receive the attack. The previous sound was the sound of their palms colliding. The corner of Ren Wuxing's mouth curled up into a smile. Old man Kong Ji, even though you know a lot of techniques, it's a pity that they're all mixed and impure. You'll only be restricted if you meet a true expert. Kong Ji had always been proud of his profound knowledge, so how could he receive such a comment from the other party? He couldn't help but sneer. What a big tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his inner force to surge towards the other party, intending to heavily injure him while the other party was distracted while he was speaking. Unexpectedly, Ren Wuxing didn't panic at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. While Kong Ji was puzzled, he suddenly felt the true qi in his body surging uncontrollably into his opponent's body. It was only then that he remembered the ultimate skill that shocked the world of martial artists, and he could not help but be shocked. Star-sucking great skill. Fang Jing, who was at the side, had long sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped forward when he heard Kong Ji's words. With a flick of his sleeve, he separated the two's arms and pulled Kong Ji back. A strange expression appeared on Ren Wuxing's face. Great Master Fang Zheng's heaven and earth sleeve technique has really been practiced to the point of perfection. At this time, Kong Ji had already caught his breath. He felt the true qi in his body churning, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to fight for a while. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Surnamed Ren, you secretly attacked me. Ren Wuxing glanced at him disdainfully. Everyone knows that I have the star-sucking great skill. You were the one who didn't guard against it, so it's none of my business. Kong Ji was about to retort, but Fang Zheng raised his hand to stop him. What Sect Master Ren said is correct. My junior brother's skills are inferior to yours, so it's not your fault. However, I'm excited to see your skill, so I'd like to experience your star-sucking great skill. Sect Master Ren, please receive my palm. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly struck his palm towards Kong Ji. The style of this palm was ordinary, but halfway through, it suddenly shook slightly. Immediately, one palm turned into two palms turned into four palms, and four palms turned into 8 palms. Song Qingshu had seen Fang Zheng use the thousand hands palm when he was fighting Zhang Sanfeng. This was the unpredictable thousand hands palm. He was worried that Ren Wuxing had just finished fighting an expert and his inner energy hadn't recovered yet, so he was about to step forward and replace him. Unexpectedly, Ren Wuxing saw through his intention and laughed. Don't worry, my dear son-in-law, I can handle it. It turned out that Ren Wuxing had just used the star-sucking great skill to absorb almost 10% of Kong Ji's inner energy. Not only did his inner energy not lose, but it had also greatly increased. Today, in front of so many top figures in the pugilistic world, and as the sect master of the Sun Moon God sect, he had always been a person who cared about his reputation. He wanted to fight and show off his prestige, so he rejected Song Qingshu's intention to help him and swung his palm to meet the attack. Ren Wuxing had been famous in the pugilistic world for many years, so he naturally recognized the thousand hands palm. He knew that if he delayed for a moment, his 8 palms would turn into 16 palms, and then into 32 palms. He wasn't Zhang Sanfeng, so he didn't dare to let his opponent's palm power accumulate to its peak. He immediately struck out with his palm, aiming for Fang Zheng's right shoulder. Fang Zheng's left palm pierced through the bottom of his right palm, still shaking slightly. 1 palm turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and then the shadows of his palm danced in the air. Ren Wuxing leaped up and returned 2 palm strike. Kong Ji, who was standing at the side, watched with rapt attention. He saw that Master Fang Zheng's palm technique was unpredictable. Every palm strike would change to several different directions. He had never seen such a strange palm technique in his life. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When Senior Brother Abbot said that my cultivation wasn't as good as Fang Zheng's, I didn't think much of it. But now that I've seen it, I can see that he's much stronger than me. The thousand hands palm is so complicated, but he's still able to maintain his power. It's really difficult. Kong Ji shifted his gaze back to Ren Wuxing. Previously, when he exchanged blows with Ren Wuxing, he only felt that Ren Wuxing's palm technique was ordinary. Even though he lost, Kong Ji hated the fact that he was careless and fell into Ren Wuxing's trap. He wasn't the least bit convinced of Ren Wuxing's martial arts. Now, as a spectator, he finally saw the subtlety of Ren Wuxing's palm technique. Ren Wuxing's palm technique was very simple. When he struck out and retracted his palm, it seemed to be rather stiff. However, no matter how strange and unpredictable Fang Zheng's palm technique was, once Ren Wuxing's palm energy arrived, Fang Zheng would immediately change his stance. It seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. The two of them fought for a long time. Ren Wuxing gradually felt that Master Fang Zheng's palm technique was slowing down. He was secretly delighted. Although your palm technique is exquisite, you're old and can't last long. He wanted to show his strength and end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, when he saw Master Fang Zheng's left palm coming towards him, he let out a shout and swiftly met it with his left palm. He quietly used his life's greatest skill, the absorbing star's great technique. With a loud bang, the two palms collided. Both of them took a step back. Ren Wuxing felt that although his opponent's internal energy was gentle, it was incomparably thick. Even though he used the absorbing star's great technique, he couldn't absorb any of his opponent's internal energy. He was extremely shocked. Master Fang Zheng said, "Excellent, excellent." He took the opportunity to strike out with his palm. Ren Wuxing was able to become the leader of the Sun-Moon God sect, so he had a lot of battle experience in his life. At this moment, instead of advancing, he retreated. He immediately launched several palm attacks while thinking, the Yijin Jing is indeed worthy of being the #1 divine skill of Shaolin. It can actually restrain my absorbing star's great technique. But even if I don't use the absorbing star's great technique with my martial arts, how can I not defeat a pampered old monk like you? Thank you to Readers Blue is Black, 7 Names, Thai, Board Soy Sauce 8, Wind God Fail Yen and others for your monthly votes. Chapter 658. Ren Wuxing attacked Fang Zheng's palm technique for a while, and saw that Fang Zheng's palm technique was becoming more and more difficult to execute. He couldn't help but feel happy. Although your cultivation level is high, you aren't like me who has gone through mountains of knives and seas of fire, so it's hard for you to display your full strength in a real battle. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, he suddenly felt his right arm go slightly numb and his internal energy flow wasn't smooth. He couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that it was because he had absorbed 10% of Kong Ji's internal energy and didn't have time to refine it. In this fierce battle, the internal energy took the opportunity to attack him. Although his absorbing star's great technique was extremely powerful, it had a fatal flaw. When his internal energy was absorbed to a certain extent, the absorbed internal energy would fight with each other and start to attack him. Therefore, he had no choice but to use a part of his internal energy to suppress the foreign internal energy in his body. Originally, with Ren Wuxing's internal energy, this flaw of the absorbing star's great technique wouldn't be fatal. Unfortunately, Fang Zheng's martial arts were on par with his, so he unknowingly used his internal energy. As a result, the foreign internal energy in his body was no longer restrained and took the opportunity to attack him. Amit Ba. Fang Zheng quickly noticed his abnormality and immediately switched from defense to offense. He punched towards Ren Wuxing's chest. Ren Wuxing gritted his teeth and had no choice but to use his right palm to block the attack. Both of their bodies shook. Fang Zheng was still fine, but Ren Wuxing was forced back a few steps. He felt the blood in his body shake and he was shocked. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would lose all his face. He immediately took 2 steps back and turned around. His right hand had already grabbed Kong Ji's chest and his left palm was aimed at the top of his head. Reading? This sudden turn of events was beyond anyone's expectation. Ren Wuxing and Reverend Fang Zheng were fighting and the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Logically speaking, Ren Wuxing should have tried his best to protect himself, but who would have thought that he would turn around and attack Kong Ji? This turn of events was too sudden. Otherwise, Kong Ji, as a divine monk, wouldn't have been captured by Ren Wuxing in just one move even though he would have lost in the end. Ah! The monks cried out in unison. Reverend Fang Zheng leaped up like a bird. His palm struck out towards the back of Ren Wuxing's head. This was the besieging way to rescue Zhao tactic, attacking the enemy when they have no choice but to rescue Ren Wuxing. His aim was to force Ren Wuxing to withdraw his palms from Kong Ji's head and use his hands to block the attack. Seeing Fang Zheng Dashi was able to launch this palm strike in a split second, the monks were filled with admiration, but they did not have the time to cheer. They knew Kong Ji's life could be saved. Who would have thought that although Ren Wuxing withdrew his palm, he didn't turn his hand to block. Instead, he grabbed Reverend Fangjing's chest acupoint, followed by a finger of his right hand pointing toward Fangjing's chest. Master Fangjing's body went limp and he fell to the ground. By this time the Shaolin monks had come to their senses. In their great shock, they shouted and rushed forward together. At this moment, Ren Wuxing's vital energy and blood were boiling, so he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Fangjing. He allowed the monks to snatch Fangjing away. Amit Ba! Xian Ci frowned and sneered. Mr. Ren is deceitful and deceitful, but he didn't win fair and square. This is not the behavior of a gentleman. Song Qing smiled and took the opportunity to reply. A martial arts contest has always been based on one's own ability. Blindly focusing on being fair and square is just Song Xianggong's pedantic opinion. Cult leader Ren is quick-witted and fought with his wits instead of his strength. I think he'll win beautifully. Reading? Reading? Ren Wuxing was forced to make such a bad decision, so he was a little embarrassed at first. However, after hearing Song Qingshu's words, he suddenly felt proud. He thought to himself, he's indeed a good son-in-law. Yingying definitely won't suffer a loss if she marries him. Jiumaji also spoke at the right time. Although I've lived in Tubo for a long time, I also know that there's a saying in the Central Plains, the art of war is deceitful. Abbot, you're so knowledgeable, surely you understand this principle. After being interrupted by the two, Ren Wuxing also adjusted his emotions. He laughed loudly and said, Does my Sun Moon God sect also have a gentleman? If I were a gentleman, I'm afraid the rest of the sect would have long converted to Buddhism. Then why are we still competing? The Shaolin monks didn't know how to refute the three's words. Many of the more violent monks were so angry that they almost cursed out loud. Fortunately, they remembered the temple's commandments at this critical moment. However, their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat the four of them alive. Seeing the way the monks looked at him, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It could be said that a fire at the city gate would also bring disaster to the fish in the moat. However, he was an extremely knowledgeable person, so his vision and bearing were not something a normal Shaolin monk could compare with. In fact, in his heart, he faintly agreed with Song Qingshu's words. These past few years, the Mongols had often used all sorts of methods on the battlefield, causing the southern Song dynasty to suffer defeat after defeat. If the people of the martial arts world still held on to such pedantic rules, then it really wasn't a blessing for the Han people. Since Mr. Ren doesn't follow the rules of the martial arts world, then don't blame me for not following the rules of the martial arts world. A loud shout came from the crowd. A figure suddenly pounced out and fiercely attacked Ren Wuxing's back. When Ren Wuxing saw that it was the head of the Song Mountain sect, Zuolenshan, he hurriedly counterattacked and shouted, Good. Ren Wuxing had always been a headstrong person, and Zuolenshan had always been his archenemy, so how could he show any weakness? It turned out that Zuolenshan had hurriedly rushed over from Taisher Mountain after receiving Xian Ci's notice. He just happened to see Ren Wuxing and Fang Zheng's fight reaching a critical moment, but he had been silent all along. Only now did he suddenly make his move. His accumulated power was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, he punched, then slapped, then clawed, and in just a short moment, he had already changed more than 10 moves. Ren Wuxing was suddenly attacked by him, and could only barely defend himself. He had just fought with Master Fangjing, so he had used up a lot of his internal energy. At this moment, the blood in his body was churning, and he could only secretly complain. Song Qingshu frowned. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Ren Wuxing was still unable to catch his breath? In a flash, he appeared between the two of them. Hedzwa, as a member of the Imperial clan, you want to take advantage of this situation? Do you have any shame? I'm here to pick you up. Zuolenshan had lost to Song Qingshu several times before, so the moment he saw that it was Song Qingshu, He immediately felt fear in his heart. However, in front of so many people, with his status, how could he show weakness in front of a junior like Song Qingshu? A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately came up with a plan, saying, "Wait until I defeat this ignorant man surnamed Ren, then I'll fight with you. Do you think I'll be afraid of you taking turns to tire me out?" Zuelenchan had a good plan in his mind. As long as Song Qingshu made his move, he could use the reason that the opponent was bullying him with numbers to retreat. That way, his prestige as the heads wouldn't be affected. If Song Qingshu didn't make his move, he would take the opportunity to end Ren Wuxing's life and get rid of this thorn in his side. He could already see that Ren Wuxing was now an arrow at the end of its flight, so it would be easy for him to win. At that time, after he killed the cult leader of the evil cult, his prestige would definitely soar, and the hope of the 5 great mountains as one would increase. Only with the 5 great mountains as one, would he have the capital to truly participate in the competition between the various forces of the world. How could Song Qingshu let him take advantage of him? Just as he was about to raise his palm to block, Ren Wuxing coldly said, "Son-in-law, please step back for the time being." Song Qingshu was startled. He immediately understood that Ren Wuxing was extremely competitive, so it wouldn't be good for him to lose face in front of so many people. However, if he really stood by and watched, Ren Wuxing would inevitably be in danger. Now that the two of them were on the same side, Song Qingshu naturally didn't want the other party to suffer any injuries, so he replied, "All right, I'll step back for the time being. But this Zwe guy is too shameless, I'll give him a slap first." After he said that, he raised his palm and slapped Zuelenchan's face. Zuelenchan was immediately shocked and angry. If he was slapped in front of everyone, how could he continue to be the head of Mount Song's sect? He hastily leaned to one side to evade. "Are we going to fight 2 against 1? Who knew that although Song Qingshu pretended to slap him, he didn't actually use his palm. He only raised his right hand and conveniently scratched his cheek. It was a feint. Seeing that Zuelenchan was fooled, he laughed and said, "I've heard that I'm the head of the 5 great mountains, but aren't you a little too timid? I only scratched an itch and you're scared to this extent?" Chapter 659. You! Zuelenchan was embarrassed. Not to mention the Shaolin disciples behind him, even the Song Mountain disciples he brought along had strange expressions on their faces, obviously trying to hold back their laughter. Reading? With Song Qingshu's interference, Zuelenchan's attack came to a halt. When experts exchanged blows, the difference between them was only a thin line. Ren Wuxing took a deep breath and unblocked his internal energy. His spirit was immediately boosted, and he struck out 3 times with his palms. Zuelenchan tried his best to neutralize the attacks, but he was secretly shocked. "I haven't seen this old man for more than 10 years. His power is much stronger than before. If I want to beat him today, I have to use all my strength." More than 10 years ago, the two of them had a battle on the pilgrimage platform. Ren Wuxing was about to kill his opponent with his palms, but the internal energy in his body exploded, causing him to fail on the verge of success. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them fought to a draw, but only the two of them knew the real situation of the battle. For the past 10 years, Zuelenchan had been painstakingly studying and finally came up with a method to break his opponent's, absorbing star's great technique. So he wanted to avenge his humiliation. Ren Wuxing, on the other hand, was still brooding over the result of that battle and always wanted to defeat his opponent in front of the world. This time, they met again, and it was a showdown in front of the world's top figures. Both of them placed a lot of importance on winning and losing, unlike the peaceful battle between Ren Wuxing and Master Fang Jing. Ren Wuxing attacked immediately. His palms were like knives and axes, while Zuelenchan's punches and palms, grabbing and grabbing, were extremely versatile. The two of them fought faster and faster. Those who were slightly weaker in terms of cultivation were soon dazzled by what they were seeing. Previously, when they saw Ren Wuxing and Master Fang Jing fighting, they didn't understand the subtleties of their move. But now, the two of them were moving so fast that they couldn't even understand how their fists and palms were released or retracted. Fang Jing was secretly shocked. I thought that Ren Wuxing only won because of tricks, but now that I see him in 3 consecutive battles, he's actually getting more and more courageous. The people of the evil cult really can't be judged by common sense. If he and I were to fight with our lives on the line, it's really hard to say who would win. Jiumaji also nodded silently. Although he and Ren Wuxing seemed to be evenly matched on the surface, he believed that, if it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Ren Wuxing's star-absorbing great technique, he would definitely be able to defeat him. However, after watching him fight 3 battles in a row, the martial arts cultivation he had displayed had greatly exceeded his expectations, especially the battle with Fang Jing. Jiumaji could not help but think of the time when he had fought with Fang Jing at the top of Mount Tai. He had thought that he would win the fight, but due to a strange combination of factors, he had lost to Fang Jing because the Zhen Qi in his body had suddenly boiled. But fortunately, he had received Song Qingshu's guidance in the past, and he understood that when he practiced the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin Temple, he needed to use Buddhist Dharma to get rid of his murderous aura at the same time. Over the past 2 years, he had isolated himself in Tufan, and he had gradually gotten rid of the hidden injuries in his body. He felt that his martial arts were much stronger than before. This time, when he returned to the Chinese plains, his main goal was to look for Dongfang Bubi. His main goal was to get back at Shaolin Temple. After all, not many people knew about his battle with Dongfang Bubi, and he knew that Dongfang Bubi's lightness skill was far above his, so even if he lost, it was understandable. But his loss to Fang Jing was an accident, and it was seen by all the heroes in the world. Therefore, when he came to Shaolin Temple this time, he already had the idea of getting revenge. When he saw that Ren Wuxing defeated 2 of Shaolin Temple's top experts, he felt admiration for Ren Wuxing, and he also felt extremely carefree. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was influenced by the novels and television shows in his previous life. He always felt that Ren Wuxing boasted so much in the original novel, but he often suffered losses in Jianghu. In the original novel, he couldn't defeat Dongfang Bubi, but in reality, he couldn't defeat Fang Jing, which was a black mark that couldn't be erased. Therefore, in his previous life, Ren Wuxing was inevitably looked down upon in all kinds of martial arts discussions on the internet. But now, he finally understood that Ren Wuxing's success was due to the star-absorbing great skill, and his failure was also due to the star-absorbing great skill. Although the star-absorbing great skill made him awe-inspiring in Jianghu and caused countless people's expressions to change when they heard about it, but when he met a real expert, he was often unable to display his full strength because of the backlash from the star-absorbing great skill. Originally, Ren Wuxing used the star-absorbing great skill to absorb his opponent's internal energy, but his opponents were from different sects, and their internal energy was different. All kinds of mixed internal energy were absorbed into his body, and he couldn't merge them into one. Using it as his own, he would often use it unexpectedly. His own internal energy was very strong, and when he felt that the internal energy of a different sect was acting up, he immediately suppressed it. He had never encountered any danger, but once he faced an extremely strong expert, his internal energy would be greatly consumed, and the internal energy he used to suppress the internal energy of a different sect would be correspondingly weakened. When facing a great enemy, there were both external threats and internal problems, so he couldn't help but be in a difficult situation. Therefore, he couldn't fully display his martial art. With Song Qingshu's current level of cultivation, he could naturally objectively evaluate Ren Wuxing's strength. Whether it was palm technique, sword technique, or actual combat ability, Ren Wuxing was a top-notch existence in Jianghu. Ren Wuxing was really much stronger than what he had previously thought. The few of them were lost in thought, and in this short period of time, Zhuoleng Chan was already forced into a corner. Ren Wuxing attacked him with palm after palm, and each palm was like a mountain-splitting axe, with astonishing power. Zhuoleng Chan was completely at a disadvantage. His arms were extremely short, and he retracted them after attacking for less than a foot, as if he was only defending and not attacking. Suddenly, Ren Wuxing shouted loudly, and pushed his palms towards his opponent's chest. The four palms collided, and a loud bang was heard. Zhuoleng Chan's back hit the Shaolin Temple's wall, and the dust on the roof tiles fell, but the four palms didn't separate. All the Shaolin monks' expressions changed. The internal energy of the two clashed, and once that devil Ren Wuxing used the star-absorbing great skill, wouldn't the left headmaster's life be hanging by a thread? Jiumaji smiled faintly. Headmaster Ren will definitely win. At this moment, Zhuoleng Chan withdrew his right palm, and actually used his left palm to block his opponent's palm energy, while his right hand stretched out its index and middle fingers, and jabbed towards Ren Wuxing. Ren Wuxing let out a strange cry, and hastily leaped away. Zhuoleng Chan's right hand followed. He pointed 3 times, and Ren Wuxing retreated 3 steps. Jiumaji was immediately puzzled, and muttered to himself, "Why is this happening?" At this moment, Ren Wuxing was also shocked. He used the star-absorbing great skill, but when he sucked, he found that his opponent's internal energy was completely empty, and nowhere to be found. Ren Wuxing was extremely shocked. His opponent's internal energy was condensed, and it wasn't strange that he couldn't suck it in. Just now, he couldn't suck Fang Zheng's internal energy, but in the blink of an eye, Fang Zheng's internal energy had disappeared without a trace, and Ren Wuxing's star-absorbing great skill was powerless to suck it in. Not to mention that he had never encountered something like this in his life. He didn't even think that such a strange thing could happen. He sucked a few more times, but still couldn't touch Zhuoleng Chan's internal energy. Seeing that Zhuoleng Chan's finger technique was swift and fierce, he retreated 3 steps. Zhuoleng Chan let out a sinister laugh, and his right index finger continued jabbing towards Ren Wuxing's left rib. Ren Wuxing saw that his finger was ruthless and thought to himself, "Don't tell me that there's no internal energy in your finger?" He tilted his body slightly, as if he was dodging, but in fact, he deliberately left an opening, allowing Zhuoleng to jab his rib. At the same time, he used the star-absorbing great skill on his chest and thought to himself, "You have the ability to hide your internal energy, and not let my star-absorbing great skill absorb it. But if you attack me with your finger, if there's no internal energy in your finger, then it'll just be like tickling me. But if there's any internal energy, then I'll definitely absorb it all." Chapter 660. Ren Wuxing was slightly startled, but it was already too late for him to change his move. Zhuolengchen's finger had already pierced the Tianqi acupoint on his left chest. Ren Wuxing subconsciously activated the absorbing star's great technique, and sure enough, Zhuolengchen's internal energy gushed into his Tianqi acupoint like a broken dam. Ren Wuxing was a talented and outstanding person. Even though Song Qingshu's words didn't make sense, he understood Zhuoleng Chan's plan after a while. Zhuoleng Chan wanted him to absorb Zhuoleng Chan's frigid ice Zhenqi. If he was caught off guard, his whole body would inevitably freeze. Ren Wuxing understood everything in a split second, and he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. How would he dare to recklessly absorb Zhuolengchen's cold qi into his body? But he had just invited a wolf into his house, and if he didn't use the absorbing star's great technique to absorb the internal energy from Zhuolengchen's finger, he would inevitably be seriously injured. Ren Wuxing made a prompt decision and used his body to block Zhuoleng Chan's finger even though he was seriously injured. At the same time, he threw a kick at Zhuoleng Chan's lower abdomen. Zhuoleng Chan let out a loud cry and fell backwards. He curled up on the ground and wailed. Everyone present was shocked. Zhuoleng Chan was the head of the 5 Mountain Sword faction, and a famous tough guy in Jianghu. If he wasn't suffering from extreme pain, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. People from the Song Mountain sect had already surrounded him to check on his injuries. Your methods are very vicious. I Xuandu would like to learn from your skills. An old monk with a red face stepped out angrily, and his right index and middle fingers lightly touched each other. From his words, it was obvious that he was extremely angry, but there was a smile on his face, and his expression was gentle. Such a contrast was extremely strange. Ren Wuxing was currently seriously injured, so how could he be his opponent? Song Qinshu and Jiumaji both rushed out and protected Ren Wuxing behind them. Junior martial brother, let me deal with this monk, you take care of Mr. Ren first. Jiumaji immediately blocked the old monk's path. Song Qinshu knew Jiumaji's cultivation level, so he naturally wouldn't worry about him. Instead, he hurriedly checked Ren Wuxing's pulse, and felt that his skin was bone-chillingly cold, and his pulse was even more chaotic. Obviously, he was seriously injured by Zhuo Lenchen's cold qi. Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel regretful. Father-in-law, if I didn't interfere, you wouldn't be so heavily injured. In the original work, Ren Wuxing accidentally inhaled Zhuo Lenchen's frigid true qi in this battle. His acupoints were sealed by Zhuo Lenchen and he was defeated. Although he lost, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. After recuperating for half a day, he was able to expel the frigid poison from his body. However, the injuries he had sustained would probably require several months of recuperation. Please turn the page for the remainder of this chapter. Ren Wuxing's teeth were chattering, but he still chuckled. It's just an injury. If this old man were to lose to Wuxing, it would be worse than killing me. Song Qingshu's face darkened. You make it sound so easy. Why don't you take a look at how serious your injuries are? If you had made the slightest mistake just now, I'm afraid you would have died on the spot. As he spoke, he channeled his Jinqi into the young man's body to help him expel the cold poison from his body. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Ren Wuxing's face. If you knew what kind of injuries Wuxing suffered, you wouldn't think my injuries were serious. Song Qinshu was also curious as to why Zhuo Lenchen would howl so miserably. Thinking back to when Zhuo Lenchen was kicked in the lower abdomen, he couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that father-in-law destroyed his dantian? Ren Wuxing had a faint smile on his face. I indeed planned to do so at that time, but Wuxing regarded martial arts as more important than his life. At the critical moment, he forcefully leaped 3 inches into the air and avoided the destruction of his dantian. However, in this way, I kicked him. I heard that Wuxing has a few concubines. I think they'll have to live as widows for the rest of their lives. Song Qinshu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but look sympathetically at Zhuo Lenchen in the distance. Thinking back to his previous plan to make Zhang Wuji practice the great astral sucking technique, which had the effect of castration, he thought, we father and son-in-law are really fated. In the future, we can change our nicknames to eunuch makers. At that time, which man in the pugilistic world would dare to oppose us? Zhang Sanfeng sighed inwardly. Previously, he wasn't willing to travel with these two people because he was worried that something like this would happen. However, Ren Wuxing was standing up for him after all, so he couldn't complain about it. Although Zhang Sanfeng was easygoing, it didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. In fact, he was also dissatisfied with Shaolin's indifferent attitude just now. After all, the Prajnapam was your Shaolin's ultimate technique. But in the end, you didn't even say anything. What kind of situation is this? Taoism was about letting nature take its course. Zhang Sanfeng didn't think too much about it and began to pay attention to the battle between Jiumaji and Great Master Xian. The two people confronted each other for a long time. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Jiumaji's face. I've admired Great Master Xian Du's flower-pinching finger technique for a long time. It's my honor to see it today. As he said this, His right index and middle fingers also lightly touched each other, making a flower-pinching gesture. Xian Du was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that this person also knows Shaolin's flower-pinching finger? He didn't dare to be careless and quickly made his move. The crowd saw the two monks slowly raise their left hands at the same time and flicked 3 times towards each other. 3 popping sounds could be heard. The force of their fingers collided. Great Master Xian Du's body swayed. Suddenly, 3 arrows of blood shot out from his chest. Under the collision of the 2 finger forces, Xian Du was no match for Jiumaji's 3 finger forces. It was as if he had been stabbed by a sharp blade. Xian Sheng and Xian Du had always been good friends. When he saw this, he immediately rushed forward to protect Xian Du. He sealed his acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. At first, he didn't dare to believe it, but when he saw Xian Du's wound, he couldn't help but look at Jiumaji in shock. Sir, why do you know Shaolin's flower-pinching finger? Jiumaji smiled proudly. It's true that I know flower-pinching finger, but this flower-pinching finger doesn't necessarily belong to Shaolin. Bastard, flower-pinching finger is one of Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills. Everyone in the world knows this. How can it not belong to Shaolin? Xian Sheng was so angry that he didn't even care about being angry anymore. Great Master, you're wrong again. There are indeed 72 ultimate skills in the world, but they don't necessarily belong to Shaolin. Jiumaji's expression was obviously respectful, but what he said was earth-shattering. What did you say? Xian Sheng was hot-tempered. He immediately widened his eyes and stared at Jiumaji angrily. Song Qingshu was also speechless. Jiumaji, this show-off, is probably trying to show off again. What a bad friend he has made. Zhang Sanfeng also frowned. He used secret voice sending and said to Song Qingshu, "It looks like this senior brother of yours is going to challenge the entire Shaolin Temple." Song Qingshu chuckled, "Great Master, don't worry. Qingshu knows what he's doing. It's good to let him kill some of those stupid monks first." Hearing Jiumaji's words, Xian Ci, who had been looking down the whole time, couldn't sit still anymore. What does Wisdom King mean? Jiumaji answered lightly. Back then, Bodhidharma brought Indian martial arts to the East and then taught them to Shaolin. However, Indian martial arts are so vast that even though Bodhidharma was extremely talented, he didn't know all of them. Because Tibet and India are neighbors, many other Indian martial arts were gradually introduced to Tibet. After hundreds and thousands of years, many of these martial arts were introduced to the Central Plains. Shaolin organized them one by one and formed the so-called 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin. I have seen many Shaolin monks in the Central Plains over the years, so I know that the famous 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin are just Indian martial arts that have been passed down in Tibet for a long time. Thank you for your support in 19981501, as well as the monthly votes of readers such as O0 Pepper, 4658116664, Ching Shujian, Flower Stabs My Heart, etc. Chapter 661. As soon as Jiumaji's voice fell, the entire area fell into a strange silence. All the Shaolin monks were stunned and didn't know how to react. Shaolin was the Wulin world's leading mountain. How many years had it been since someone dared to provoke them like this? Ren Wuxing's mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he sighed and said, "My dear son-in-law, I thought my mouth was already poisonous enough, but compared to your senior martial brother, it's nothing." Even Zhang Sanfeng couldn't sit still anymore. He came to Song Qingshu's side and said, "Qingshu, your friend." Zhang Sanfeng wanted to say something but stopped. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid we're going to encounter some trouble this time." Song Qingshu also smiled bitterly. I didn't expect him to have such an idea. At this time, all the Shaolin monks had reacted and started to criticize Jiumaji. If it was a normal sect, Jiumaji would have been drowned by a flood of curses. Xian Ci had the demeanor of a great master. He raised his hand and signaled the monks to be quiet. He then slowly said, "Our Buddhist teachings and martial arts were all passed down from Bodhidharma. That is true. According to the imperial preceptor, these are all Indian martial arts. However, the martial arts passed down by Bodhidharma is only a small part of Shaolin's 72 ultimate technique. The rest of the 72 ultimate techniques were created by countless senior monks during the past 1,000 years. For example, the Prajnapam was created by the 8th generation abbot, Master Yuan Yuan. The Maha finger was created by a 7-fingered Buddha who had been in the temple for 40 years. The Great Vajra fist was created by the 11th generation abbot of the temple. It took 6 monks of the Tong generation of the temple 36 years to create it. These ultimate techniques are all martial arts of the Central Plains. They are completely different from the Indian martial arts that use one's will to control one's strength. Everyone here is an expert in martial arts. The difference between them can be easily seen. I don't need to say more." His words were reasonable, and even Zhang Sanfeng nodded his head. With his knowledge, he knew that most of the 72 ultimate techniques were self-created and had little to do with Indian martial arts. Jiumaji smiled and said, "What the Shaolin abbot said is certainly brilliant, but it's a bit of a sectarian bias that deliberately separates China and India. Actually, in the eyes of Buddha, all living beings are the same. China and India are all illusions and pseudonyms. Moreover, according to the abbot, Bori Palm, Maha Finger and Great Vajra Fist were created by Shaolin themselves. But when Shao Tseng was still in Tubo, I have heard many Tibetan Buddhism sects' eminent monks mention Bori Palm, Maha Finger and Great Vajra Fist. For example, the Prajnapam has a move called Flawless Defense. In Sanskrit it is called Avijaya. When translated into Chinese, it means indescribable. This move's right palm strength is weak but real, while the left palm strength is heavy but fake. Both fake and real are used interchangeably. If the enemy is not aware of it, it is very easy for them to fall for it. Abbot Senior Martial Brother, I wonder if what this little monk said is correct?" A yellow light flashed across Xian Xi's face and he said, "This." He pondered for a moment and then said, "Xian Xing Shidi, can I trouble you to go to the scripture depository tower and bring the books that record these 3 martial arts for our Shixiang to take a look?" Xian Xing said, "Yes." He turned around and walked out of the hall. Not too long afterwards, he returned with the books and handed them over to Xian Xi. The distance between the Dexiong Baodian and the scripture depository tower was about 3 lis. Xian Sheng was able to retrieve the books in a short period of time. His movements were extremely agile. Outsiders did not know the inside story, so they did not think it was strange. But the Shaolin Temple monks secretly sighed in admiration. The paper of the 3 scriptures was yellow and black. It was obvious that they were very old. Xian Xi placed the books on the square table and said, "Gentlemen, please take a look. Each of the 3 books describes the experience of creating the martial art. You do not believe Lao Na's words. Could it be that Shaolin Temple's previous generation's abbot reverend, an eminent monk of great virtue, would lie and deceive people? Or could it be that he had already foreseen today's matter, and wrote it down several hundred years ago, so that he could twist the facts and twist the facts now?" Jiumaji pretended not to understand the hidden meaning of his words. He took the secret points of the Maha finger and flipped through it page by page. Because of his disciple's matter, Zhang Sanfeng conveniently took the Bori Palm technique. But he respected his status, so he only casually glanced at the preface and notes before returning it to Shaolin Temple. Zhang Sanfeng felt that firstly, this was Shaolin Temple's martial arts secret book. Since he was a sect leader of another sect, it was not appropriate for him to pry into other people's secrets. Secondly, Reverend Xian Xi was an eminent monk of his generation. Since he had said so, it was definitely not false. If he were to look at it in detail, it would be unavoidable that he would be suspicious, which would be rather disrespectful. Jiumaji, on the other hand, was extremely serious. He slowly flipped through the book page by page. It was obvious that he was concentrating on finding the flaws in the book so that he could refute Reverend Xian Ci. For a moment, apart from the soft breathing of the crowd, there was only the sound of pages turning. After Jiumaji finished the Bori palm technique, he looked at the secret points of the Maha finger and then the Great King Kong fist. The Shaolin monks stared at Jiumaji's expression. They wanted to know if he could find any evidence in these three ancient books to refute. But they saw that he was expressionless. There was neither joy nor disappointment on his face. They watched as he slowly flipped through the pages and closed the last book, Great King Kong Fist. He held it with both hands and returned it to Reverend Xian Ci. Then he closed his eyes and meditated without saying a word. Seeing him like this, Reverend Xian Ci felt that he was unfathomable. After a while, Jiumaji opened his eyes and said to Reverend Xian Ci, "Reverend Xian Ci, in the past when I was in Tufan, the eminent monks of Ningma Temple had read the Sanskrit secrets of the Bori palm technique to me. I remember that it was Inkuna Luo, Bur Gon Shing, Koro Pachistan, Bing Nanai, Varbu Tan Luo. When translated into Chinese, it was, if you are restless at night, your mind will be wandering. How to subdue it is the most important part of practicing the Bori palm technique. Is that it?" All the Shaolin monks who had practiced the Bori palm technique were shocked, because what Jiumaji had said was exactly the same. Xian Cheng was also shocked. The essence of the Bori palm technique was only available in Chinese. Because the eminent monks of the past generations could not translate the essence of the technique, there had never been a Sanskrit translation. But the Sanskrit that Jiumaji had said was indeed very exquisite. If someone who didn't know about it heard it, they would really think that the Bori palm technique came from India. Even Xian Ci didn't know how to respond. But Xian Qing reacted quickly. He sneered and said, "Not long ago I told this to Song Qinshu. At that time, he translated it into Sanskrit. It was exactly the same as the Sanskrit that the state preceptor had translated. Zhang Zhenren can also testify to this. Now that the state preceptor and Song Qinshu have come together, presumably, he." Although Xian Qing didn't finish his words, everyone in the room understood what he meant. This time, it was Jiumaji's turn to be stunned. He looked at Song Qinshu in shock and said, "I didn't expect that junior brother also knows Sanskrit." Song Qinshu looked embarrassed and said, "I know a little, just a little. If that's the case, then I will say something else. These junior brothers should have heard of it before." Jiumaji mumbled a long piece of Sanskrit. "When this Sanskrit is translated into Chinese, it must be like this. But if the flying heart is searched for where it flies, if there is no place to search, then where is the flying heart? If the heart is searched, then can the heart be at peace? The wisdom that can be reflected is empty. The realm of fate is also silent. The one who is silent but not silent covers the person who can't be silent. The one who shines but not shines covers the realm of no reflection. The realm of wisdom is silent and the heart is at peace. The outside does not seek dust, the inside does not settle. The two paths disappear and the one is happy. This is the essence of the Bori palm." Chapter 662. Jiumaji continued, "Not only the Prajna palm, but I also remember the essence of the King Kong fist and the Maha finger." Then he recited a paragraph of Sanskrit and recited a paragraph of the martial scriptures. The monks thought that although he was not exactly correct, he was basically correct. It was the essence recorded in the three ancient books. Even Xian Cheng was stunned. The Sanskrit he recited earlier could be explained as a mutual exchange between the two brothers, but he had never mentioned the rest to Song Qinshu. Jiumaji could recite the Sanskrit version so fluently, so it was impossible for him to have prepared it beforehand. Could it be that these martial arts really came from India? A thought suddenly emerged in the hearts of many of the monks present. Even Xian Cheng's faith was shaken. However, he quickly sobered up. This foreign monk must have used some trick. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out the trick no matter how hard he thought. Amit Ba. Xian Ci chanted the name of Buddha and said, "Wisdom King actually has a photographic memory. Just now I silently flipped through the books and you actually memorized the 3 martial arts manuals. At the same time, you are also proficient in Sanskrit. You first translated the scriptures into Sanskrit and then recited them in Chinese." Hearing Xian Ci's words, all the monks realized that something was wrong. They all scolded Jiumaji for being shameless. Since his trick was seen through, Jiumaji became angry out of shame. Instead of explaining, he said directly, "If you want to twist words and force logic, I can't do anything about it. But I have a simple way to distinguish whether the so-called 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin Temple were created by Shaolin Temple or spread to the Central Plains through Tubo." All the monks were shocked. Xian Ci couldn't help but frown and said, "Wisdom King, what is it?" When these ultimate skills were spread from Tubo to Shaolin, the monks of the Tantric Buddhism sect deliberately left a way out to prevent a situation like this. Hearing Jiumaji's words, all the people in the hall started to discuss. Seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention, he said, "When these ultimate skills were spread from India to Tubo, they came with very detailed notes on the essentials of cultivation. But those that were spread from Tubo to the Central Plains didn't have these notes. Therefore, people in the Central Plains couldn't practice the same ultimate skills to the highest level." Kongwon, one of the 4 divine monks of Shaolin, sneered. "There is no need for the king to deliberately mystify us. These supreme skills were created by the previous generation of eminent monks of our temple. The previous eminent monks believed that cultivation is a process of cultivating the mind. Everyone's cultivation is a great opportunity to improve the Dharma. Therefore, they deliberately did not leave behind any shortcut or anything like that. They were worried that the younger generation would lose the big picture because of small gains." Zhang Sanfeng secretly nodded his head as he listened. For thousands of years, Shaolin Temple had indeed produced no lack of outstanding talent. To think that they could be so wise and far-sighted as to leave behind such an unwritten rule. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Jiumaji is showing off again." Just as he had expected, Jiumaji answered calmly, "You may sound high-sounding, but the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin Temple have been changed several times, and many secrets have been lost. This is an indisputable fact." All the monks of Shaolin Temple were furious. Xian Cheng's figure flashed, but he did not move in the end. After being defeated by Zhang Sanfeng last time, he had become much more cautious. He decided to wait and see the depth of his opponent's abilities. On the other side, Xian Xing could not hold himself back. He stepped forward and asked, "Deluan Mingwang, you said that the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin Temple are all Indian martial arts. They were passed down to our temple from Tubo. You also said that our temple lacks the essence of the various supreme arts, which makes it difficult for us to cultivate them to the highest level. It is very easy to determine whether this is true or false. As long as the people of Shaolin Temple ask you for guidance on a few of these supreme arts, the moves that the people of our temple use will definitely not be outside of these supreme arts. When the Great Master gives guidance, please limit yourself to these few martial arts. Naturally, you will be able to distinguish whether you are boasting or not." Jiumaji smiled slightly. "May I ask what the supreme arts are, Great Master? It seems that Wisdom King has chosen me as his opponent." Xian Sheng was also one of the top experts in the Xian generation, so he was not afraid at this moment. "I am not talented, and I only have a basic understanding of 3 supreme arts. They are the Prajna Palm, Maha Finger, and Great King Kong Fist that you have just mentioned. If you are only an armchair strategist and do not really know these supreme arts, then there is no harm. Although most of the monks of our temple only know 5 or 6 supreme arts, but if you combine them together, we can find a suitable monk to practice the 72 ultimate arts. Wisdom King does not need to worry that if you say a few of the unpopular supreme arts, we will not have anyone to fight you. Although Xian Xing appeared to be polite, everyone present could hear the hidden meaning in his words. He was using words to push Jiumaji, cutting off all opportunities for him to quibble. After all, Jiumaji's previous speech was very logical. If it was spread to the Jianghu, it could cause many people to doubt the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin. However, once Jiumaji said that he could not compete with the monks of Shaolin, the people of Jianghu would naturally not believe what he said. Song Qinshu secretly sighed. This Xian Sheng was indeed talented, but unfortunately, he did not know that Jiumaji had never thought of retreating. The only person who knew about Jiumaji's strength, Fang Zheng, was seriously injured when he fought with Ren Wuxing. Not long ago, he returned to the temple to treat his injuries, so no one reminded the monks of Shaolin. As for Song Qinshu, he was just watching the show. He could not wait for the Shaolin temple to be defeated, so naturally, he would not say anything. As expected, Jiumaji answered calmly, "Great Master, do you know why it is difficult for the monks of your temple to master more than 1 ultimate arts at the same time? At most, they can master 13 ultimate arts at the same time, and that is already the number 1 in hundreds of years?" Xian Sheng was dazed for a second, then answered subconsciously, "In the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin, some specialize in the lower body, some specialize in lightness skill, some specialize in fists and palms, and some use hidden weapons, such as knives or sticks. Each ultimate art has its own specialty. Those who use swords cannot use Buddhist staffs, and those who use vigorous divine fists cannot use hidden weapons. Even though some people master 5 or 6 ultimate arts at the same time, they do not conflict with each other. Therefore, it is not surprising that even the monks of the temple only know a few ultimate arts." In fact, Xian Xing did not say something else. Among the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin, there were 13 or 14 that were extremely difficult to master. Even the most talented people might not be able to master 1 ultimate art even if they practiced it their whole life. However, Jiumaji had just said that the Shaolin Temple lacked the key ultimate arts, so Xian Sheng would not say it out loud. Jiumaji laughed, "Great Master, why do you need to lie to yourself? Your so-called 72 ultimate arts are incomplete, so naturally, no one can master all of them." Kong Wen immediately caught the loophole in his words and said coldly, "From what Wisdom King said, could it be that you have mastered the 72 ultimate arts at the same time?" "Of course," Jiumaji said proudly. As soon as he said this, not only did the monks of Shaolin Temple change their expressions, even Zhang Sanfeng was shocked. This boast was a little too exaggerated. Thank you, Gao Feiyu and Xiangyu, for your support and monthly votes. Chapter 663. Everyone saw that Jiumaji was only 40 years old. Even if he could master 1 technique every year, it would take him 72 years. Each of the 72 techniques was extremely complicated. How could he master several of them in 1 year? Only Song Qinshu knew that Jiumaji was only using the minor non-phase technique to activate the 72 technique. He only had the form but not the essence. However, the power of the minor non-phase technique was great and Jiumaji's internal energy was profound. Therefore, the power he used was not inferior to the original 72 technique. The Shaolin monks did not understand what was going on. They all thought, "This man talks big words, yet he is acting like this. Could it be that he has gone mad?" Xian Xing sneered in his heart, but he still had a respectful expression on his face. He said, "You are said to be proficient in the 72 technique. I would like to ask you about the Maha Finger, Prajna Palm, and Great Jin Gang Fist." For thousands of years, Shaolin had produced Xian Qing, who was proficient in 13 technique. This was unprecedented. Xian Xing did not believe Jiumaji's words. He thought that Jiumaji was just bragging. As long as they fought, Jiumaji's rumors would be destroyed. Jiumaji smiled and said, "I don't dare. Please enlighten me." His body slightly leaned sideways, his left palm suddenly flat, while his right fist struck straight out. In front of the main entrance of the Shaolin Temple, a copper tripod burning incense was hit by the power of the fist. With a dong sound, the tripod jumped up. It was the Luo Zhong Dong-ing from the great guardian deity fist. The fist did not hit the cauldron and the cauldron made a sound. It was not that difficult. The fist was obviously moving forward, but the cauldron jumped up. It was obvious that the fist was skillful and had mastered the great Jin Gang fist. Jiumaji did not wait for the cauldron to fall down. He used the prajna palm as deterrence of the external Tao. The cauldron turned half a circle in the air, and something fell down. There was a lot of incense ashes in the cauldron. Smoke filled the air and no one could see what it was. At this time, the Luo Zhong Dong-ing's power had been used up. The cauldron fell down quickly. Jiumaji stretched out his thumb and pressed forward. A sharp force shot out and the cauldron suddenly moved half a foot to the left. Jiumaji pressed down 3 times and the bronze cauldron moved a foot and a half away before it landed on the ground. Xian Xing's face instantly turned ghastly pale. He knew that while these 3 strikes of his seemed ordinary, the strength contained within them had actually reached an extraordinary realm. It was an orthodox move of the Mahakasyapa finger, and it was called the third entry to hell. That was to say that practicing these 3 restraints was extremely hard. Every time they restrained, it was as if they had entered hell. The ashes of the incense gradually scattered, revealing a piece of ground. A palm-sized object came. As soon as the monks saw it, they could not help but cry out in alarm. It was a brass palm, with 5 fingers. The edge of the palm was glittering, as brilliant as gold, but the back of the palm was grayish-green. Jiumaji flicked his sleeve and said with a smile, "This Kasaya demon subduing technique is not perfect, please give me some pointers, abbot." As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze cauldron 7 feet in front of him seemed to have come to life. It suddenly spun a few times, and after it stopped spinning, the side that was originally facing inwards turned outwards. In the middle of the cauldron, the shape of a palm was cut, and the cut was also shining with a bright yellow light. Only now did the lower-ranking monks understand that when Jiumaji used the subduing the external way from the Bori palm, his palm strength was as sharp as a treasured knife. Unexpectedly, it cut a piece of the cauldron the size of a palm. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. I almost forgot that Jiumaji also knows the wisdom palm. Could it be that he did this to the martial uncles? He quickly denied this speculation. After all, the relationship between the 2 of them was not normal. Jiumaji had no motive to do this, and his reaction when he heard about this matter did not seem to be fake. But after being reminded by Jiumaji, Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. There was another person who could also know the wisdom palm. According to his usual character, he could really do this kind of thing. Xian Xing saw that these 3 moves were all far better than him. In a split second, he felt as if his heart had died. He thought, "I'm afraid what this divine monk said is right. Our Shaolin sect's 72 unique skills were indeed passed down from India. He learned the secret from the same place, so he is much better than our central plains." He immediately put his palms together and bowed. He said, "State Preceptor's divine skills have opened my eyes. I admire you, I admire you." The last move that Jiumaji used was the Kasaya demon subduing technique. Abbot Xian Ci had spent a lot of time on this martial art in his life, so much so that he had neglected the cultivation of Zen. Sometimes he really regretted it, and felt that it was really pointless to continue practicing for just one move. But when he thought about how his sleeve technique was unparalleled in the world, he felt comforted. At this moment, he saw Jiumaji casually wave his sleeve in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Moreover, he was talking and laughing. His sleeve had already moved, and he was not afraid of letting out any internal energy. He couldn't help but have mixed feelings. In a split second, the whole place was silent. Everyone was shocked by Jiumaji's divine skills. After a long time, Xian Ci let out a long sigh and said, "Today, I finally know that there is always someone better than me. I have studied hard for decades, but in the eyes of the state preceptor, it is really not worth mentioning. Shaolin Temple's shallow waters cannot raise a dragon. It is not a good place to keep a good guest. State preceptor, please leave." Hearing the abbot's words, Shaolin Temple's monks were all dejected. All the monks in the temple hung their heads dejectedly. They all understood that the abbot was forced to say these words because he admitted that Shaolin Pai's martial arts skill was inferior to others. Shaolin Temple had been famous for hundreds of years, and was the leader of the Central Plains martial arts. In this way, not only did Shaolin Temple suffer a crushing defeat, the Central Plains martial arts had also lost a lot of face in front of the foreigners. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but frown. "Abbot, please wait." Xian Qing had been watching coldly from the side. Originally, he had been preparing to deal with Zhang Sanfeng, so he didn't want to come out so early. However, seeing that Xian Ci had admitted defeat, he couldn't sit still anymore. He walked out of the crowd and said to Jiumaji, "I can be considered as a talented monk. I have practiced hard for decades, and only know a little about the 13 ultimate skills. You claim to be proficient in the 72 ultimate skills. I absolutely don't believe you. Please enlighten me." Hearing his words, Jiumaji's expression also became serious. "So you are Shaolin Temple's #1 in the last 200 years, Master Xian Qing." He had originally planned to take the opportunity to humiliate Shaolin Temple, but he didn't expect Xian Qing to suddenly stand out. Although Jiumaji was arrogant, he was not stupid. Facing the hidden #1 master of Shaolin Temple, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Xian Qing snorted. "In front of you, who claims to be proficient in the 72 ultimate skills, I don't dare to accept it. Arguing with words will only add to your troubles. Master, please." Jiumaji originally planned to use force to shock the entire Shaolin Temple and become famous in the world. With his previous preparation, as long as he defeated Xian Qing, no one in Jianghu would doubt what he said, and the foundation of Shaolin Temple would probably be shaken. Xian Qing didn't make a move. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back. "Wisdom King is a guest. Wisdom King, please." Seeing that Xian Qing was being arrogant, Jiumaji couldn't help but sneer. "If that's the case, I won't be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiumaji's body moved, and at the same time, he used the sleeve whirled and pointed at Xian Qing with the formless finger of disaster. Xian Qing frowned. As a Shaolin Temple monk, he naturally knew the subtleties of these two skills. He tilted his body and took a step to the side, dodging the two killer skills. Unexpectedly, Jiumaji's eyesight was even better. He had already predicted where Xian Qing would dodge, so he threw a punch with the King Kong fist, and with a bang, it hit Xian Qing's shoulder, causing him to stagger 2 steps back. Jiumaji laughed and said, "Although you're famous, you're nothing special." He thought that the palm that could break a stone had already broken his shoulder bone into pieces. Knowing that he was a dignified person, Jiumaji took the opportunity to stop and looked leisurely. "Thank you, Gao Feiyu and Xiangyu, for your support and monthly votes." Chapter 664. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several moves. When the Shaolin monks saw that the most skilled fighter in the temple had been hit in the beginning, they all turned pale. Only Xian Ci and a few other people remained calm. Jiumaji was feeling proud of himself, but suddenly he heard a sneer from the opposite side. "You claim to be proficient in the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, but your Buddha's King Kong fist is nothing special." Jiumaji's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Xian Qing standing there with a faint smile on his face. He didn't look injured at all. Jiumaji was very experienced, so he didn't say anything. Taking advantage of the moment when Xian Qing opened his mouth, he appeared in front of Xian Qing and kicked 6 times in a row. All of them hit Xian Qing's chest. It was one of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, the pursuing shadow kick. After the first kick, the second kick followed like a shadow, and the second kick followed like a shadow. The third kick followed like a shadow until the 6th kick. Those who were slightly weaker finally realized what was going on. They were all shocked. This monk had really practiced the pursuing shadow kick to perfection. In the entire Shaolin Temple, there was probably no one who was better than him. Jiumaji felt that his kicks were not solid, so he knew something was wrong. He didn't give Xian Qing time to catch his breath, so he used 2 fingers. It was the duo luo finger. Xian Qing seemed to be stunned, and didn't react at all. He just let the fingers hit him. Jiumaji frowned. This time, he wanted to use the 72 ultimate skills to humiliate Shaolin, so he wanted to show off. After the duo luo finger, he immediately changed his move. Although he was barehanded, he used the burning wood bladesmanship. After mastering this bladesmanship, one could hack a piece of dry wood 81 times. The edge of the blade couldn't damage the wood, but the heat from the blade had to ignite the wood. Xiao Feng's teacher, Master Xian Ku, was good at this technique. After he passed away, no one in the temple could learn it. Song Qing had always been curious about the difference between Jiumaji's flame saber and Shaolin's wood-burning saber art. Naturally, he paid extra attention this time. With his current cultivation, after observing a few moves, he immediately understood. The wood-burning saber art was a single saber art, which was completely different from Jiumaji's flame saber art. In the wood-burning saber art, the user used his palm as a Buddhist commandment blade to hack and chop, which was the Shaolin sect's martial arts. The flame saber art was based on the power of the high void palm. Although the user of the wood-burning saber art did not use a real blade, it was still a tangible blade. However, the flame saber art had reached the realm of shapeless and invisible. The difference between the 2 martial arts was like heaven and earth. No wonder Jiumaji was defeated by Shuju, who had no fighting experience at all. Song Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although Jiumaji's internal energy was strong, his minor non-phase art was incomplete. Encountering the original minor non-phase art, his internal energy was at a great disadvantage. Jiumaji had bragged before, so he could only use the Shaolin sect's unique martial arts to fight, which made it difficult for him to break Shuju's defense. When Jiumaji realized this and wanted to use his unique martial art, the flame saber art, one of his hands was accidentally grabbed by Shuju. As a result, he couldn't use the illusory and ever-changing flame saber art with one hand. Finally, he was defeated by Shuju. Now, Jiumaji didn't use the more powerful flame saber art, but the wood-burning saber art, which was many levels lower. Song Qing couldn't help but think of a saying in his previous life: "Don't be pretentious, or you will be struck by lightning." Jiumaji's saber fell, and Xian Qing's right arm was hit. The people of the Song Mountain sect couldn't help but secretly despise him. Xian Qing was known as the Shaolin sect's #1 martial artist in the last 200 years, but he was repeatedly hit by Jiumaji's saber. The people of the Shaolin sect were secretly worried. Jiumaji's saber was so powerful that it was obvious that he had infused his internal energy into his palm. The sharpness of the saber was no less than that of a steel saber. Jiumaji was shocked. Xian Qing's right arm had been hit by his saber, but it didn't seem to be affected at all. Jiumaji's palm was hurt by the impact. He couldn't help but think, "He has been hit by me so many times. Even if he has mastered the golden bell shield and the iron skin technique, he shouldn't be able to withstand my attack. Why? Ah, yes, one of the Shaolin sect's 72 unique skills is called Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill. According to legend, after mastering it, one's body will be impervious to swords and spears, water and fire. Unfortunately, I can't simulate this effect with the small non-phase skill. I thought this divine skill only existed in the legends. I didn't expect someone in this world could actually master it. Jiumaji's familiarity with the world's martial arts was so high that only a few people in the entire Jianghu could compare with him. Within a few breaths, he came to his senses and stopped attacking other parts of Xian Cheng's body. He attacked Xian Cheng's face with great wisdom. Indefinite finger, remove vexation finger, nirvana claw, and Indra claw. He continuously used 6 or 7 Shaolin divine skills to attack Xian Cheng's eyes, throat, and other vulnerable parts. Humph, I don't believe that Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill can protect these places. Jiumaji secretly sneered. In fact, he glanced at Xian Cheng's crotch, but when he thought about his purpose, he gave up this tempting idea. After all, attacking that kind of place was really not in line with his identity as a senior monk. Song Qing, who was watching from the side, saw through Jiumaji's plan. He could even see clearly that Jiumaji was going to attack Xian Cheng's crotch. While laughing, he couldn't help but secretly admire Jiumaji. This Jiumaji is really amazing. He thought of a way to break the Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill so quickly. But Song Qing admired Jiumaji. If he really had to face the Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill, he would definitely not use this kind of wretched method to avoid affecting his glorious image. When he thought about how he used his knowledge of structural mechanics to break the defense of the master of the Jin Gang, Song Qing couldn't help but feel proud. You have divine skills, but you can't beat me with science. No wonder those people in novels have an innate sense of superiority. Standing on the shoulders of giants, it's hard not to have a sense of superiority. While Song Qing's imagination was running wild, Jiumaji used 16 Shaolin unique skills in a row. The Shaolin monks were dazzled and thought, this person claims to know all 72 unique skills of our sect. It's really not an empty boast. However, Xian Cheng did not change his mind and adapted to the situation. He stood where he was and did not move an inch. He allowed the opponent to attack him, and he was still unscathed. The Shaolin monks were even more impressed by him. If he did not make a single move from beginning to end and let the opponent suffer a crushing defeat, it would be a shocking battle result. If this news spread to Jianghu in the future, Shaolin's prestige would definitely rise to another level. But in the end, they were still disappointed. Facing Jiumaji's endless vicious moves, Xian Cheng finally moved. Although the Diamond Body Unbreakable Divine Skill was said to be invulnerable, the eyes and other parts of the body were still flesh and blood. Of course, it couldn't be practiced to that level. With your cultivation, you are also a member of the royal family. Why do you only use these street gangster moves? Xian Cheng kept dodging, and several times he looked very embarrassed. He couldn't help but feel angry. Xian Cheng's words were immediately approved by the Shaolin and Song Mountain monk. They all loudly reprimanded Jiumaji for his dirty tricks. Chapter 665. Master Xian Cheng, if I was cut down by someone with a saber, you don't have to stare at me like that. Do Buddhists also believe in curses? Although Song Qing's voice wasn't loud, it was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. A few people who realized this were speechless. This level of skill and control was truly at the peak of perfection. Where were we just now? Oh, Master Xian Cheng was cut down by someone with a saber. If the Shaolin Temple wants revenge, should they look for the person with the saber or the saber? Song Qing continued. Xian Xi frowned and answered subconsciously, of course they should look for the person with the saber. That's right. Song Qing clapped his hands. Weapons are not good or evil. The key lies in the person using the weapon. It's the same for moves. Moves are dead, but people are alive. The purpose of both sides is to win. Since the purpose is the same, why should they be good or bad? Nonsense. Xian Xi was speechless. Finally, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Hearing Song Qing's words, Jiumaji finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Song Qing was just arguing, but no matter how ridiculous it was, at least it was a reason, right? What he needed now was an excuse. Look. Affected by Song Qing's insinuations, Xian Cheng's heart was filled with anger. Inevitably, his movements became obscure. Suddenly, he was forced into a panic by Jiumaji. Fortunately, he only protected his eyes and a few other parts of his body. Although Jiumaji's attacks were strong, he still couldn't achieve any substantial result. Jiumaji knew that Song Qing's kung fu was not weaker than his. As long as he tried his best to defend his flaws, no matter how brilliant his moves were, it would all be in vain. Suddenly, Jiumaji thought of something. He couldn't help but attack Xian Cheng's eyes more fiercely. Seeing this, Xian Cheng secretly sneered. As long as I protect my door, no matter how fierce your attacks are, so what? Subconsciously, he raised his hand to block his eyes. Seeing that Xian Cheng had fallen into his trap, Jiumaji's mouth curved into a hideous smile. Suddenly, he lowered his palm and stretched out both hands, grabbing Xian Cheng's fist. It was one of Shaolin's unique skill, Dragon Claw power. His left hand held Xian Cheng's little finger, and his right hand held Xian Cheng's thumb. He exerted his strength and twisted upwards, intending to break Xian Cheng's fingers. It turned out that Jiumaji's attack on Xian Cheng's eyes was fake, but his attack on Xian Cheng's little finger was real. Even though Xian Cheng had the diamond indestructible divine skill, Jiumaji thought that if he concentrated all his power to break Xian Cheng's 2 fingers, it would be impossible for him not to hurt Xian Cheng. Look, 2 of Xian Cheng's fingers were twisted by Jiumaji. Feeling the pain, Xian Cheng naturally used the Dragon Claw martial art. He turned his right wrist over and grabbed Jiumaji's left wrist. Jiumaji was happy that he succeeded in grabbing Jiumaji's wrist. He didn't expect that Song Qing's hand would suddenly produce a strange force and grab his wrist. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He felt like his left wrist was wrapped in an iron hoop, and he couldn't get rid of it. Xian Cheng was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Song Qing was using the Dragon Claw martial art, and Xian Cheng had a profound understanding of the Dragon Claw martial art. That was why he was able to grab Jiumaji's wrist in a split second. Otherwise, he might not be able to keep his 2 fingers. There was only a thin line in a fight between masters. Xian Cheng didn't let go of this rare opportunity. He took the opportunity to grab Jiumaji's wrist. As long as he could grab Jiumaji's wrist, no matter how powerful Jiumaji was, he could only be killed. However, Xian Cheng's expression quickly changed. Before he could grab Jiumaji's wrist, a huge force suddenly came from Jiumaji's wrist, and Xian Cheng felt a sharp pain in his hand. Seeing that he couldn't grab Jiumaji's wrist, Xian Cheng had to give up and focus on locking Jiumaji's hand. After all, Jiumaji's endless fancy moves had scared him. As long as he could control one of Jiumaji's hands, he would be able to destroy most of Jiumaji's exquisite move. Jiumaji couldn't get rid of Song Qing's hand after 3 attempts. He couldn't help but be shocked. Even though his wrist was being grabbed, he could break the skin between his thumb and index finger. Xian Cheng was known as the Shaolin Temple's most powerful man in the last 200 years, and he really deserved his reputation. Jiumaji knew that the situation would be very disadvantageous for him if Xian Cheng grabbed him like this. He hurriedly formed his right hand into a palm and slashed Xian Cheng's wrist, trying to get rid of Xian Cheng's hand. In a moment of desperation, he didn't think of using Shaolin Kung Fu. This slash was the unique skill of Tubo sect, Flaming Blade. Xian Cheng felt the faint blade aura on the edge of Jiumaji's palm. It was not the Shaolin Kung Fu that he was familiar with. Xianqing was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless because he didn't know Jiumaji's strength. He used Vajra Indestructible Divine Kung Fu to block Jiumaji's fierce attack. The two were fighting in close combat. Their breathing could be heard. When they attacked, they both bent their elbows. Each palm was only 7 or 8 inches away from each other. Although the distance was close, the palm power was still very strong. Jiumaji clapped. The monks all felt that the palm power was like a knife cutting their faces, and the coldness invaded their bodies. They felt like they were on the top of a mountain, and the wind was blowing in all directions. The monks of the Shaolin Temple, the Song Mountain sect, and the Shaolin Temple couldn't take it anymore. They all shrank back and stood close to the wall. The senior monks of the Xian generation, Kong generation, and Fang generation of Shaolin Temple were not afraid of the palm power, but they also used their internal energy to resist. Seeing that Xianqing could block such fierce attacks one by one, they couldn't help but admire him. Song Qing secretly shook his head. Although Jiumaji's palm power was getting fiercer and fiercer, the most powerful thing about the flaming blade was the invisible blade aura. Now Jiumaji had a clear target, and the blade aura had lost its unpredictable essence. Such a flaming blade was at best an enhanced version of the wood-burning bladesmanship. It was not difficult for Xianqing to deal with it. Seeing that the two were in a stalemate after dozens of moves, Song Qing couldn't help but think that he could take Xianqing's life with a light attack. As long as he attacked secretly, he was not afraid of being seen. Anyway, Jiumaji was the scapegoat. The Shaolin Temple would only think that Xianqing couldn't take it anymore and died in Jiumaji's hands. Jiumaji was very proud. If he could kill the most powerful person in Shaolin Temple in the past 200 years, he would get a great reputation. Even if he knew it was a scapegoat, he would not say it. Song Qing slightly moved his fingers, and an invisible sword aura shot towards Xianqing's shoulder and neck. Xianqing was protected by the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, so this attack would not be fatal. However, Xianqing was fighting with Jiumaji at a critical moment. If the internal qi in his body was delayed, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Chapter 666. Qinshu, we are not here to fight with Shaolin, but to find out the whereabouts of your father and the others. Reading? Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. He was obviously dissatisfied with Song Qingshu's actions. Great Master is right. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He didn't think that such a secretive action could not escape Zhang Sanfeng's eyes. Zhang Sanfeng nodded and continued to observe the battle. Xianqing is indeed worthy of being called the number one in Shaolin in the past 200 years. His usage of various skills has already reached the peak of perfection. Although your senior brother knows the 72 ultimate skills, it seems that he only has the form and not the essence. Using Shaolin skills against Shaolin skills, he will naturally be restrained. Ren Wuxing saw Jiumaji humiliate Shaolin Temple and felt a sense of common hatred towards the same enemy. He couldn't help but help. Spiritual Master Zhang, Wisdom King has to study the 72 ultimate skills. It is not surprising that one or two of them are not as good as the stinky monks of Shaolin Temple. For thousands of years, Shaolin Temple could only cultivate up to 13 ultimate skills at the same time. Wisdom King can cultivate 72 ultimate skills at the same time, which is already far better than Shaolin Temple. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly. Mr. Ren, you may not know this, but each of the 72 ultimate arts of Shaolin has its own corresponding internal energy cultivation method. To cultivate the Prajnapam, one must cultivate the mental cultivation method of the Prajnapam. To cultivate the formless finger of disaster, one must cultivate the mental cultivation method of the formless finger of disaster. Between the different ultimate arts, many of the internal energy cultivation methods are completely different. 1. Read. 1. K. N. S. U. CC. Ren Wuxing was surprised. How can Jiumaji use the 72 ultimate skills? Previously, he and Zhuo Lenchan were both injured. Although Song Qingshu was helping him heal the chaotic inner qi in his body, he was still panting after speaking for so long. However, he knew that this was a rare opportunity. To be able to exchange pointers with the world-famous spiritual master Zhang, he didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Ming Wang's internal energy is not Buddhist martial art, but Taoist internal energy. The Shaolin monks have never studied Taoist internal energy, so naturally they could not see it. Ren Wuxing was convinced by Zhang Sanfeng's words. After all, when it came to Taoist martial arts, there was no one in this world who could compare to Zhang Sanfeng in terms of authority. King Ming must have only practiced the usage of the 72 supreme skills, and then used a special internal energy to activate them. So, on the surface, it looks like he is proficient in the 72 supreme skills, but in reality, it is just a facade. Song Qingshu secretly admired Zhang Sanfeng. He only knew the trick because he was familiar with the original work. Among all the masters present, Zhang Sanfeng was the only one who could see through Jiumaji. Jiumaji exerted his strength 3 times in a row, trying to get rid of Xiancheng's right hand so that he could use his unique skill, Flame Blade. However, as he increased his strength, Xiancheng's finger strength also increased accordingly. In a moment of desperation, Jiumaji's killing intent surged. He launched 3 palm attacks with his left hand, but Xiancheng waved his hand to neutralize them. Reading book the 1? K. And Sage? You? Jiumaji bent down, took out a dagger from his sock, and stabbed it towards Xiancheng's shoulder. Xiancheng didn't expect that Jiumaji would use a weapon in a fair competition. He was slightly distracted. Suddenly, a white light flashed and the dagger stabbed towards Xiancheng. Although Xiancheng had the diamond indestructible divine art to protect his body, before the dagger reached his body, he felt a faint chill. Obviously, it was a divine weapon. In addition, Jiumaji's martial arts were definitely not weaker than his, and this move was full of hatred. Xiancheng wasn't sure if his body could protect his body. In fact, with Xiancheng's martial arts, it wasn't difficult for him to dodge this move. However, if he did that, Xiancheng wouldn't be able to lock Jiumaji's arm anymore. Thinking that the advantage that he had built up with so much effort would be gone, he naturally felt a bit unwilling. Xiancheng gritted his teeth, and didn't want to dodge. Instead, he tried to grab Jiumaji's right wrist. This was a dragon claw hand technique, which was fast and accurate. As soon as 3 fingers touched Jiumaji's wrist, Jiumaji's thumb and little finger tightened. However, in a fight between 2 powerful martial artists, Jiumaji keenly noticed the flaw in Xiancheng's movement. He pushed out a force from his palm, and the dagger flew out of his hand. At the same time, he firmly grabbed Xiancheng's wrist with both of his hands. Puff! The dagger stabbed into Xiancheng's shoulder, all the way to the hilt. All of this happened in a split second. Most of the monks didn't even see the movements of the 2 clearly, and Xiancheng's shoulder was already injured. All the monks were shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Jiumaji would use a weapon to attack Xiancheng in a fair competition. Secondly, they were shocked that Xiancheng's diamond indestructible divine art was broken. It should be known that diamond indestructible divine art was known as one of the 3 great divine arts of Shaolin Temple. It was the treasure of Shaolin Temple. Every monk who entered Shaolin Temple would hear countless legends about diamond indestructible divine art. At this moment, they witnessed the destruction of the legend with their own eyes. They couldn't help but feel lost. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the dagger. The dagger was less than 1 foot and 2 inches long, and the blade was as black as ink, without the slightest bit of luster. Even from such a distance, he could feel the coldness of the blade. This dagger is exactly the same as the one Wei Xiaobao took from Oboi's house. I never thought that there would be two daggers like this in the world. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. After Wei Xiaobao died, his dagger was kept by Shuang Er. Although the dagger in front of him looked similar, it shouldn't be the same one. Thinking of the gentle and considerate look of the little girl, Song Qingshu felt a little warm in his heart. Previously, he asked Shuang Er to go to the king of Medicine Manor of Dongting Lake to find Cheng Lingsu and the others. But according to Icy Snow, Shuang Er had already left. There was no news of her for a long time, and he didn't know where she went. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu couldn't spare time to look for Shuang all over the world. He could only secretly tell the people in the stick to look around. As for Xian Cheng's injury, Song Qingshu was not surprised at all. In The Deer and the Cauldron, Wei Xiaobao didn't know martial arts at all, but he could use the dagger in his hand to defeat all kinds of masters. The dagger infused with Jiumaji's powerful genuine qi was naturally more powerful. At this moment, Jiumaji tightly grabbed Xian Cheng's hands and kicked his legs repeatedly. It was another vicious kick. Because Xian Cheng's shoulder was injured, the genuine qi of Vajra protection divine skill could not continue to run perfectly. He was kicked several times by Jiumaji in the chest and spat out mouthfuls of blood. But after all, he was not an ordinary person. He gathered all the internal force in his body and shook his wrists, breaking free from Jiumaji's hands. His whole face was pale, and he hurriedly stepped back. Jiumaji knew that today's battle was dangerous. If he met Xian Cheng again, he was not sure that he could defeat him. Seeing that Xian Cheng was seriously injured, he couldn't help but want to kill him. Now that his hands were free, he could finally use the flame bladesmanship and chase after Xian Cheng like a rock. Seeing Jiumaji's killing intent, the Shaolin monks were all shocked. Xian Ci, Kong Wen, Fang Xing, and other first-class masters in the temple all rushed to the two. Chapter 667. Jiumaji knew that if he really killed Xian Cheng, it would be a great crime. But if he just disabled Xian Cheng, he could say that it was a mistake during the competition, and the Shaolin Temple could do nothing about it. Xian Ci and the others were blocked by the flame saber qi, and it was too late for them to help. They could only watch Jiumaji rushing towards Xian Cheng. Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. Just as his body was about to move, Song Qingshu gently took a step forward in front of him. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Song Qingshu blocked his path forward. Looking at Zhang Sanfeng's questioning eyes, Song Qingshu chuckled. "Great Master, this is a matter between the Tibetan Tantra sect and the Shaolin Temple. Why should we, Wu Dang, get involved in this mess?" Zhang Sanfeng was slightly stunned, and then he understood Song Qingshu's plan. He couldn't help but laugh. The grudge between his disciple and the Shaolin Temple was really not simple. Although Zhang Sanfeng had always been compassionate, he was not a good person. Shaolin Temple and the Wudong sect had never been on good terms, so there was no need for him to stand up for the Shaolin Temple. Seeing that Xian Cheng was about to die on the spot, a gray shadow suddenly appeared and punched Jiumaji's ribs. Before the opponent's fists arrived, Jiumaji could already feel the opponent's fierce fist aura. He knew that if he didn't withdraw his attack, although Xian Cheng's meridians would be broken, he wouldn't be any better. Jiumaji was ambitious, so he naturally didn't want to die together with Xian Cheng. He hurriedly changed the direction of the flame saber in his hand and attacked the attacker. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. At this time, the Shaolin Temple monks had also attacked. Jiumaji knew that if he fell into the enemy's encirclement, he would be in danger today. He hurriedly used the force of their palms to jump several feet to the side. Only then did he see the appearance of the attacker. It was a young monk with an ordinary appearance, and he even looked a little silly. However, Jiumaji was not fooled by the opponent's appearance. In the short fight just now, he had already figured out the opponent's strength. This young monk might be a little weaker than Xian Cheng, but the threat he posed to him was far greater than Xian Cheng's. The reason for this was because Jiumaji noticed that the internal force flowing in the opponent's body was also the internal force of the minor phaseless technique. Due to various reasons, Jiumaji's small phaseless art was missing a few secret manuals. As a result, there were a few meridians that couldn't be cultivated to perfection. If it was someone else, it wouldn't have much of an impact. However, if it was a master who also knew the minor phaseless method, and if the other side learned it more, then he would be restrained in every aspect. In the fight just now, Jiumaji had hit his opponent several times, but each time, his internal force was like a clay ox entering the sea. Jiumaji clearly knew that this was because his small phaseless technique was of the same origin. His internal force was assimilated by his opponent, which clearly proved that his opponent's small phaseless technique was more complete than his. This little monk was naturally Shuzhu. Seeing this junior again, Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but sigh. Shaolin is indeed full of talented people. Song Qinshu said noncommittally. This Shuzhu has reached this realm at such a young age, it is indeed very rare, but this may not be due to Shaolin's efforts. Zhang Sanfeng looked at him in surprise. Qinshu, so you also saw through it. Although this little monk's moves are all Shaolin's secret techniques, his internal force is completely different from Shaolin's. If I'm not wrong, he should be from the Carefree sect. However, when I asked him last time, he denied it. Looking at his expression, it really doesn't seem like he's faking it. This makes me very puzzled. Carefree sect? Is there such a sect in Jianghu? Ren Wuxing couldn't help but have a puzzled expression. As the leader of the Sun-Moon God sect, he was very knowledgeable, but he had never heard of this Carefree sect. When Song Qinshu read the original novel in his previous life, he yearned for the martial arts of the Carefree sect the most. The wave-like subtle steps was the world's #1 secret technique for escaping, and its movements were elegant and natural. It was truly a weapon to pick up girls. The Dark North divine art was like a cheat. It could turn a person who didn't know any martial arts into a supermaster in a short period of time. The Life and Death Talisman was also the #1 hidden weapon in the Golden Book. After coming to this world, it wasn't that Song Qinshu didn't have any ideas about the Carefree sect's Musashi. Unfortunately, the wave-like subtle steps and the Dark North divine art were obtained by Duan Yu before him, and the exquisite chessboard incident didn't happen. As a result, he knew almost nothing about the Carefree sect except for some descriptions in the original novel. Now, from Zhang Sanfeng's tone, it seemed that he knew a lot about the Carefree sect. How could Song Qinshu waste this opportunity? He hurriedly asked, "Great Master, how much do you know about the Carefree sect?" He had heard Dongfang Muxue mention before that in order to obtain the Dark North divine art, her brother Dongfang Bubi seemed to have fought with the 3 elders of the Carefree sect. He didn't know how this incident would affect the plot of the original novel. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly. The Carefree sect has always been very mysterious. There is a rule in their sect. If anyone who isn't a member of the Carefree sect hears the 3 words Carefree sect, all the members of the sect must kill the other party on the spot. Therefore, almost no one in the Jianghu has heard of the name of the Carefree sect, because those who have heard of it are almost all dead. Zhang Sanfeng's face revealed a trace of reminiscence. I know about the Carefree sect by chance. Years ago, I met a woman in the south of the Yangtze River. A woman? Song Qinshu's eyebrows twitched, the fire of gossip burning in his heart. In the past, he only thought that Zhang Sanfeng was 100-years-old man who really had a pure heart and few desires. However, during these days of getting along with him, he heard him mention more than one woman. The heroine Guoxiang who gave him the iron luohan of Shaolin Temple, and now this woman. Thinking of Guoxiang, Song Qinshu couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. In this world, Huang Rong hadn't even conceived a second child yet, so naturally, the Guoxiang in this world wasn't the Guoxiang in his memory. Sigh, I wonder if Huang Rong's second daughter will also be named Guoxiang? Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know why, but when he thought of that bright and charming woman being made pregnant by another man, he always felt a little sour in his heart. Why are you being jealous here? They are a legitimate husband and wife. Isn't it normal for her to give birth to her husband's child? Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly despise himself. Spiritual Master Zhang, Your Excellency came to visit our Shaolin Temple, and we treated you with courtesy. I didn't expect you to have the intention to pick on Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin Temple monks protected Xian Qing behind them. Thinking of Jiamaji's continuous killing spree, Kongwen couldn't help but glare at Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Why do you say that? Kongwen sneered. This great wheel wisdom king and that Mr. Ren just now came together with spiritual master, and in the end every move they made was ruthless and fatal. If it wasn't for spiritual master's instructions, how could they be so daring? Zhang Sanfeng was momentarily speechless. Previously, he wasn't willing to travel together with Ren Wuxing and Jiamaji because he was worried about the current situation. Song Qingshu was anxious to listen to Zhang Sanfeng's gossip, and was immediately displeased when he was interrupted by Kongwen. Great Master's words should be investigated. Mr. Ren is the cult leader of the Sun Moon God sect, and Wisdom King is the Tubo Empire's imperial preceptor. Both of them are leaders of their own territories, so how could they be ordered around by others? Great Master's visit this time was only to investigate the Great Wisdom Palm, but in the end, the people of your temple spoke rudely, which led to this series of events. Who can you blame? Humph! Kongwen snorted coldly. The eminent monks of our temple who know the Great Wisdom Palm definitely have nothing to do with the disappearance of the Wudang heroes. In my opinion, you are simply here to provoke and cause trouble. We specially came here, so we can't return empty-handed just because you say it has nothing to do with us, right? Song Qingshu said with dissatisfaction. Xian Xi raised her hand to stop Kongwen and said, If it's about the Great Wisdom Palm, isn't this Great Wheel Wisdom King also proficient in it? Why don't you ask him? Chapter 668. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, Wisdom King is my good friend. He won't do it. Read. Jiamaji nodded with a smile. He had met Xian Qing and Su Zhu, two top masters in a row, so he was not as arrogant as before. He knew that Shaolin Temple was full of hidden talents, and he could not shake it by himself. It was better to stop while he was ahead. Anyway, he had been in the limelight today. Song, I think you are deliberately making things difficult for us. Another monk said angrily. Song Mao just wants to have a chat with all the monks in your temple who know how to use the Prajna Palm. Is it too much to ask? Song Qingshu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Xian Xi frowned and said, Almsgiver Song, I can't let my monks be interrogated like criminals just because of your words. At this moment, he couldn't help but regret. Shaolin and Wudong had never been on good terms. When he heard that something had happened to the Wudong heroes, he was gloating. If he had volunteered to help investigate this matter, not only would it not damage Shaolin's reputation, but Wudong would also owe him a big favor. But now, if he called out the monks in the temple who knew how to use the Prajna Palm to confront them, it would be unavoidable that Wudong would give in the previous few matches. Shaolin had been disgraced. If he agreed to their request now, Shaolin's reputation would probably be ruined. But if he didn't agree, Xian Xi glanced at Song Qingshu and Zhang Sanfeng, and sighed in her heart. Ren Wuxing and Jiamaji are the only two people on the opposing side, and they've already made Shaolin Temple so restless. There's also Song Qingshu, whose reputation has risen in recent years, and Zhang Sanfeng, whose power is unfathomable. If they make a move, how can our temple resist? In fact, Shaolin had many masters. If they attacked together, they wouldn't be afraid of these four people. But if this was spread to Jianghu, Shaolin's reputation would be greatly damaged. Abbot Xianxi, why do you say that? Song Qinshu couldn't help but say, we just want to ask the eminent monks of your temple a few questions. How can we interrogate them as criminals? In truth, if it had been any other matter, he would not have been so polite to Shaolin Temple. However, this matter concerned Song Yuanqiao and the others, and he could not let his personal grudge spoil the proper business. Hearing him say this, Xianxi's expression softened a little, and her tone also relaxed a little. This Zhang Sanfeng also opened his mouth at the right time to say, this humble Taoist can also guarantee with my character that I will never be rude to the masters of your esteemed temple. Since Taoist Zhang has said so, this humble monk is naturally trustworthy. Xianxi slightly bowed to Zhang Sanfeng, and then asked his younger martial brother to gather all the masters of Prajnapam in the temple. During this period, both sides tacitly did not mention Jiumaji's previous statement that Shaolin's 72 ultimate arts came from India. Song Qinshu did not want to cause trouble and make Zhang Sanfeng unhappy. Jiumaji, on the other hand, was afraid of Su Zhu's minor non-phase method. The Shaolin side was even more shocked by Jiumaji's performance, so naturally, they would not take the initiative to mention it. As for the Song Mountain sect, because they needed to heal Zhuo Lenchan, most of them had already escorted him back. Only a few of them stayed behind to observe the current situation, and no one had the courage to get involved. Chapter 8 Novel. The scene fell into a rare silence. When Shaolin Temple summoned all the eminent monks of Prajnapam, Song Qinshu began to interrogate them, asking about their previous whereabouts. Prajnapam was the highest palm technique of Shaolin Temple, so there were not many people in the city who knew this palm technique. Song Qinshu quickly finished his interrogation, but unfortunately, he did not get any useful information. Is there really no one else in your temple who knows Prajnapam? Song Qinshu asked with a frown. On the side, Xianxi suddenly became angry. Surnamed Song, even my elder martial brother as the abbot condescends to let you interrogate him, but you are still not satisfied. Are you really not deliberately looking for trouble? Being scolded in the face, Song Qinshu's face darkened, but before he had time to speak, Zhang Sanfeng had already rushed to speak. Masters, please do not misunderstand, we are just eager to save people. From the beginning, this humble Taoist did not believe that it was the work of the eminent monks of your temple, and now that the two have confirmed it, it is indeed so. However, it is a fact that my disciples were hit by Prajnapam, so this humble Taoist would like to ask one last question, and I hope that masters will not take offense. Given Zhang Sanfeng's current status in the martial arts world, it was only with such an attitude that the Shaolin monks felt a little better. Xianxi nodded his head. Please do not hesitate to ask, as long as this poor monk knows, I will definitely tell you honestly. Seeing his completely different attitude, Ren Wuxing couldn't help but sneer. These bald donkeys were arrogant before, but after we beat them up, they really became a lot more honest. Fortunately, Ren Wuxing also knew that this was a serious matter, so he deliberately lowered his voice so that only Song Qinshu and Jiumaji could hear him. Song Qinshu nodded in deep thought. I have heard a great man say before, if you fight for unity, then unity will survive, if you fight for unity, then unity will perish. Now that Shaolin Temple is so easy to talk to, it is all thanks to the two of you. Junior martial brother is too polite. Jiumaji's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. What you just said, I wonder which master said it. It really hit the nail on the head. It's Master Mao. Song Qinshu couldn't help but reminisce about his previous world. Although he lived a more carefree life in this world, there were too many advanced technologies in his previous world that could improve the quality of his life. Not to mention other things, the streets were filled with beautiful girls wearing short skirts. The women in this world were all wearing thick ancient clothes, and if you wanted to see a white thigh you would have to peel off their clothes. How ridiculous! Who is Master Mao? Jiumaji and Ren Wuxing looked at each other, and quickly thought about which senior martial brother this master was. While the three of them were whispering to each other, Zhang Sanfeng had already asked, "Is it possible for your temple's prajna palm to be leaked to outsiders?" Xian Ci shifted his gaze towards Jiumaji. "Our temple's prajna palm has never been leaked to outsiders, and I originally thought that there would be no risk of it being leaked. However, after seeing Wisdom King today, I finally know that there really are outsiders in this world who know our temple's prajna palm." Xian Ci purposely emphasized the words "our temple." It was obvious that he was mocking Jiumaji's previous claim that this martial art came from India. Jiumaji couldn't help but snort coldly, but he didn't refute. After all, his plan to use force to convince Shaolin Temple had failed. He also knew that everyone here was knowledgeable, and there was no need to argue. Zhang Sanfeng already had his doubts, so he took the opportunity to ask, "May I ask, where did Wisdom King's prajna palm come from?" "This was given to me by an old friend of mine. As for his name, please forgive me for not telling you," Jiumaji said apologetically and bowed to Zhang Sanfeng. "Is that so?" Zhang Sanfeng had always respected righteous people, and seeing that Jiumaji didn't want to tell him, he didn't want to force him. On the contrary, the Shaolin monks were excited. Hearing that their temple's martial art might have been leaked to the outside world, even Xian Ci couldn't sit still anymore. She hurriedly said, "In the martial world, secretly learning other sects' martial art is a big taboo. This matter also concerns our Shaolin Temple's martial art. If Wisdom King can tell us the person's name, Shaolin Temple will let bygones be bygones. If I don't tell you, what can you do to me?" Jiumaji's face was full of arrogance. He was only respectful to Zhang Sanfeng, but in front of the Shaolin people, he didn't have to be so polite. "You." The Shaolin monks' expressions changed, and they all tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. The situation was once again on the edge of a cliff. Chapter 669. Song Qing had stayed in Shaolin for a while before the lion-slaying assembly. After his meridians were all broken, he tried to find the 9-yang manual in the Sutras depository. Jiumaji looked at him in surprise. "Little brother, when that person gave me the manual, there was no third person present. How did you know?" His tone revealed a strong sense of disbelief. Song Qing smiled, walked over and whispered a name. Jiumaji was even more surprised. He mumbled to himself, "That's impossible. There's no reason for you to know." When everyone saw Jiumaji's reaction, they knew that Song Qing was not lying. A group of Shaolin monks rushed forward. "Benefactor Song, if you can tell us this person's name, Shaolin will owe you a favor." And pound. Even Zhang Sanfeng was moved. "Qing, who is that person?" He was more concerned about the safety of his disciples, so he did not have his usual calmness. Song Qing smiled bitterly. "Great Master, although I know that person's identity, he may not be related to this matter. I still need to verify it." He was very familiar with Jin Yong's novels. When he saw Jiumaji use the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, he suddenly remembered that Murong Bo had stolen Jiumaji's 72 ultimate skills from the Sutras depository. However, when his meridians were restored, the Murong family of Gusu also contributed. Song Qing had always been a grateful person. He had always been very kind to the Murong family of Gusu. Even when Murong Fu had secretly done something bad, he did not pursue it. With this relationship, Song Qing did not want to expose Murong Bo's many years of work. Therefore, when everyone asked him, he always avoided the topic. Of course, he was not the pedantic Song Xianggong. If he really found out that Murong Bo was the culprit, he would not be lenient to the Murong family of Gusu. Now, the only thing left was to verify it. "Benefactor Song, how do you want to verify it?" Xian Ci asked. With Song Qing's current status and martial arts, if he did not want to say anything, Shaolin could not do anything to him. They could only hope that the other party would find out that the culprit was the culprit. I'd like to stay in your temple's sutra depository for a few days. I'll naturally find out if that person is the murderer, Song Qing replied. He didn't know where Morong Bo was right now. Based on Morong Bo's character in the original work, other than occasionally returning to Jiangnan to look after his good-for-nothing son, the rest of the time, he should be hiding in the sacred scripture pavilion practicing all kinds of secret techniques. He would hide in the scripture depository pavilion and lay in ambush for a few days. It shouldn't be difficult for him to catch Morong Bo. At that time, he would interrogate Morong Bo about his previous whereabouts. Moreover, if it wasn't Morong Bo, he could still take advantage of this time to investigate the situation of the Prajnapam in the Sutra Depository Pavilion and find another suspect. Xian Xi's expression changed greatly. The first floor of our temple's Sutra Depository contains all kinds of Buddhist scriptures. We have never stopped outsiders from borrowing them. However, the second floor and above contains our temple's secret manuals. Since ancient times, we have never allowed outsiders to enter the second floor. Please forgive us, almsgiver Song. Today, Xian Xi found out that the 72 ultimate skills, which were usually regarded as top secret, had been leaked to the outside world. How could she take the risk of her ultimate skills being leaked again? With Song Qing's martial arts, who in the entire Shaolin Temple would be able to stop him after he stole the secret manuals and left? Song Qing also knew that it would be very difficult to get the other party to agree. He couldn't help but frown and say, "Your honorable temple can send an eminent monk to accompany and monitor Song Mao. Song Mao will never read your honorable temple's martial arts secret manuals." Xian Xi still shook her head. "I can't do that." Song Qing couldn't help but say, "In fact, there is a hidden super expert in your honorable temple's Sutra Depository Pavilion. If I have evil intentions, I absolutely won't be able to escape his eyes." When he first crossed over to this world, his meridians were all broken. It could be said that he was in a precarious situation. His life was gloomy. Until he met the sweeping monk in the Sutra Depository Pavilion and got his guidance, his life had its first glimmer of hope. Therefore, when he talked about the other party, Song Qing's tone was very respectful. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed in Song Qing's mind. Since the sweeping monk was a Shaolin monk, why didn't he stop Morong Bo from stealing the 72 ultimate skills? Out of respect, Song Qing didn't want to think about it. He could only explain it by saying that the other party's Buddhist Dharma had reached a high level. A super expert? Zhang Sanfeng's heart skipped a beat. This should be the mysterious person whose cultivation is not lower than mine that Song Qing mentioned before. Some of the Shaolin people with a slightly lower status suddenly shouted, "Nonsense! There is no super expert in the Sutra Depository Pavilion. I think it's 80% an excuse for you to steal the martial arts secret manuals." However, Xian Xi, Kong Wan, and a few other people with real power looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. How did he know about the existence of that person? Seeing that several people were looking at him, Xiuzhu hurriedly shook his head, indicating that it was not him who leaked the information. "There is no such expert in our temple. Benefactor, please go back. The second floor of the Sutra Depository Pavilion and above are not open to outsiders." Xian Xi said coldly. The sweeping monk was a secret weapon prepared by the entire Shaolin Temple. It was intended to be the last trump card. When the situation at the lion-slaying assembly was so serious, the Shaolin Temple didn't ask him to take action. They only asked Sandu to set up the Vajra-subduing demon ring to deal with the experts of various sects in the world. From this, it could be seen that the entire temple valued him. Naturally, they didn't want to expose this biggest secret because of the Wudong incident. Song Qing saw that the Shaolin monks were deliberately concealing something. He was even more suspicious. He suddenly turned his gaze to the distant Sutra Depository Pavilion and coldly said, "Masters, your expressions are so abnormal. Could it be that there is some shameful secret in the Sutra Depository Pavilion?" Xian Ci held her breath and said with some hesitation, There is no secret. Benefactor, you are thinking too much." Song Qing frowned and walked to Zhang Sanfeng's side. He said with secret voice sending, "Great Master, do you think my father and the others are imprisoned in the Sutra Depository Pavilion by the Shaolin Temple?" Zhang Sanfeng nodded without leaving a trace. "It's not impossible. Why don't we break in and see?" Song Qing continued to ask. Even if he was alone, with his lightness skill, he was confident that he could break in and come out unscathed. What's more, there was Zhang Sanfeng, who was recognized as the world's #1. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly. Directly having a conflict with the Shaolin Temple has too much to do. Let's wait until nightfall and explore the Sutra Depository Pavilion. He had previously rejected Song Qing's proposal to explore the Sutra Depository Pavilion because of his identity. But now that the Shaolin Temple was behaving strangely, and several of his disciples might really be imprisoned in the temple by the other party, their lives uncertain, he didn't care about these superfluous formalities. Song Qing was still worried that Zhang Sanfeng had too many concerns. Seeing that he had agreed, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He then turned to Xian Ci and said, "It was Song Mao's suggestion that was too hasty. Since his abbotship has previously guaranteed that this matter was not done by the Shaolin Temple, we naturally believe in the reputation of the Shaolin Temple. Farewell." Chapter 670. When they arrived at the inn at the foot of the mountain, Song Qingshu said to Jiumaji and Ren Wuxing, "Thank you for your help this time." Ren Wuxing laughed, "Hee, I've been annoyed by those bald donkeys from Shaolin for a long time. Today, I borrowed Master Zhang's tiger skin and taught them a lesson. I hope Master Zhang can forgive me for causing trouble for Wu Dang." Zhang Sanfeng said, "Mr. Ren is too polite. Shaolin now places too much emphasis on sections. If I came here alone, I'm afraid I would only be able to take a few soft rebuffs and return without accomplishing anything. Speaking of which, I still have to thank the two of you for stirring up the water." Jiumaji was overjoyed. "On the way down the mountain, I've been worried that Master Zhang would blame me for being too arrogant. Now that I've heard your words, I can finally relax." Zhang Sanfeng laughed. "Wisdom King has mastered Shaolin's 72 ultimate technique. I can't wait to admire you." He had always believed that all the martial arts in the world belonged to the same family. For thousands of years, they had been competing with each other to make up for each other's weaknesses. Therefore, he was not limited by sectarian views like other sect leaders. Therefore, he didn't feel anything about Jiumaji stealing martial arts from other sections. Instead, he admired Jiumaji's intelligence and wisdom. Although Jiumaji had taken the minor non-phase art, he had mastered many variations of the 72 ultimate arts, which was not something that ordinary people could do. Being praised by someone like Zhang Sanfeng, Jiumaji was overjoyed. "This little trick of mine is like the light of a firefly in front of Master Zhang. How could I dare to compete with the bright moon?" On the way to Mount Song, Jiumaji had asked Zhang Sanfeng many times for advice. He was already convinced by Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation. Therefore, he changed his arrogance and became very humble. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. "Wisdom King is too humble. However, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Jiumaji's expression turned serious. "Master Zhang, please say it." Zhang Sanfeng slowly said, "Today, on the mountain, this humble Taoist has observed Wisdom King in action several times. Although the 72 ultimate skills are indeed breathtaking, in the end you are still using trickery. Encountering an expert who is proficient in the corresponding ultimate skills, it is inevitable that you will suffer a loss. In fact, if you forcefully use the 72 ultimate skills, in terms of power, they are far inferior to your flame saber. Why do you have to neglect the essentials? Hearing this, Jumaji broke into a cold sweat and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Zhenren. In fact, I have always been aware of it, but the fame of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin is too tempting. I have never been able to see through the fame and benefits. Today, with your guidance, I feel like I have just woken up from a dream." Seeing that Jumaji had benefited a lot, Renwushing's eyes lit up. He knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he hurriedly asked, "Enlightened Zhang, can you give me some pointers?" "Mr. Ren, you are too serious. I don't dare to give you pointers. Just think of it as a casual chat between friends." Zhang Sanfeng pondered for a moment, then asked, "I have observed Mr. Ren's previous moves. Whether it is your eyesight or your moves, they are all top-notch in the martial world. However, it is a pity that every time you use your qi, you are unable to use your full strength, as if you are always worried about something. Could it be that there is some hidden danger in your great astral sucking technique?" Renwushing was shocked at first, then he smiled bitterly. Enlightened Zhang's eyes are really sharp. Originally, this was my biggest secret, but since there are no outsiders here, I will not hide it from you. Then, he told Zhang Sanfeng about the situation where he had to use 30% of his internal energy to suppress the foreign qi in his body. "A few years ago, when I was in the West Lake Iron Prison, I came up with a solution, but it was only a temporary solution." Renwushing's smile was extremely bitter. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have needed to resort to tricks to win against Monk Fangxing. The strange illness within Ren Wuxing's body caused the three experts to look at each other in dismay. Zhang Sanfeng stroked his long beard with a solemn expression on his face. "Mr. Ren, this poor Taoist may need a period of time to come up with a solution. However, this poor Taoist needs to rescue my disciples in the near future, so I may still need some time to come up with a solution." Hearing that Zhang Sanfeng would need some time to think of a solution, Renwushing couldn't help but be overjoyed. With Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation and identity, unless he had a certain degree of confidence, he wouldn't easily make such a promise. "Of course I will save the Wu Dang heroes first. I can still wait for this little bit of time." "Thank you, enlightened Zhang." Song Qinshu chuckled. "Father-in-law, actually, I also have a solution." As soon as he said this, the other three people's gazes immediately shifted to him, their eyes filled with shock. One must know that Ren Wuxing was extremely talented, but he had been troubled by this problem for dozens of years. Even now, he still couldn't think of a perfect solution. Jiumaji was also an expert among experts, but when he heard this problem, he only felt confused and couldn't think of a solution in a short period of time. Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation was the highest and he was the most knowledgeable. After hearing this, he faintly had a few guesses in his mind, but they all needed time to verify. Song Qinshu was the youngest among them, but he also thought of a solution in such a short period of time. Moreover, his tone was even more confident than Zhang Sanfeng's. How could the three of them not be smart? Song Qinshu knew that the three people in front of him were all super experts who had been famous for at least dozens of years. Purely in terms of martial arts knowledge, he probably couldn't compare to any of them. However, who asked him to have a cheat? He naturally knew that the flaw in Ling Huchang's absorbing star's great technique in the original work was solved by the body metamorphose scripture. And now, the body metamorphose scripture was in his hands. Thinking of this, Song Qinshu couldn't help but want to hug Z in his arms and dote on her. What a considerate little girl. "I'll feel embarrassed if you stare at me like this," Song Qinshu smiled shyly. He noticed the strange expressions on the three people's faces and said, "However, I also need time to verify my deduction. Father-in-law, after this matter is over, I will personally make a trip to Blackwood Cliff." Ren Wuxing immediately beamed with joy. Compared to owing a favor to Zhang Sanfeng, he was obviously more willing to find his own son-in-law. Moreover, he had seen Song Qingshu's martial arts and knew that it was even higher than his own. Naturally, he wasn't worried that Song Qingshu was boasting, "Ha ha ha, Yingying has found a good son-in-law for this old man." Song Qingshu smiled along with him, but in his heart, he was cursing incessantly. "You were the one who forced her to marry me, how was she the one who asked for it? But like this, I only hope that the more the better." The few people continued to chat for a while. Then, Song Qingshu and Zhang Sanfeng bid farewell to the two. Ren Wuxing wanted to go back to recuperate, while Jiumaji wanted to search for the remaining copies of the minor phaseless technique to complete his internal energy. Therefore, neither of them had any objections. When night fell, an old man and a young man, like two shadows, quietly snuck into the Shaolin temple. Seeing that the sutra depository was not far away, Song Qingshu chuckled, "Great Shifu, if the two of us join forces, no matter how big the world is, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we can still do whatever we want." Zhang Sanfeng's face carried a trace of a smile. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. "Be careful." Song Qingshu also felt that there was a slight change in the airflow around his body. This attack came without the slightest warning. In a state of shock, he immediately used the 9 Yin manuals, snake form flipping fox, martial art and rolled on the ground. His entire person looked extremely battered. During the New Year period I had to visit various relatives. In addition, I had a fever a few days ago, so the updates were not stable. Today, I will start to update normally, at least 2 chapters a day. Chapter 671. Song Qingshu landed on the ground and rolled away. He felt 2 long objects sweep past his face. They were less than half a foot away from each other. They were moving at a high speed, but there was no wind at all. Now that he was so powerful, even though it was only a split second, he could still recognize that the 2 long objects were 2 black rope. One reading book WW? W? 1? K. A reading N? S? You reading the C? C? Could it be the Vajra subduing demon hoop that beat Zhang Wuji up like a dog at the lion-slaying convention? Just as this thought flashed through Song Qingshu's mind, another black rope was pointed at his chest. The black rope turned into a straight blade, like a spear or a rod, stabbing at him. At the same time, the other 2 black ropes wrapped around him from behind. Song Qingshu flipped his left hand and clamped the black rope with 2 fingers. He chuckled and said, "Let me show you what Kato Taka's telepathic finger is like." Just as he was about to use his strength to break the long rope, he suddenly felt the long rope shake, and a wave of internal energy that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas struck his chest. Song Qingshu's expression couldn't help but change slightly. If this internal energy hit him, even if he had a divine skill to protect his body, his ribs would still be broken, and his internal organs would be damaged. In this split second, he waved his right hand backward and pushed away the 2 black ropes that attacked him from behind. His left hand pressed on the black ropes, and his whole body became as light as a swallow. With a swoosh, his body shot up into the sky. "Huh!" 3 low voices came from the darkness. It was unknown whether they were praising the martial arts of the person in front of them or his peerless lightness skill. One reading book WW? W? 1? K. A reading N? S? You reading the C? C? However, the 3 did not hesitate. Soon, the 3 black ropes rose up like 3 black dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, pouncing on him from 3 different directions. In the dark night, the 3 long ropes were completely black without any light. When they danced, not a single shadow could be seen. If it weren't for the fact that Song Qingshu's cultivation had already reached the realm of returning to one's natural state, even in the dark night, as long as there was a trace of light, he would be able to see as clearly as day. When the black rope was swung, it was silent. Obviously, the user's internal energy was extremely pure and had reached the realm of emptiness and no sharp edges. If an ordinary master was in Song Qingshu's current situation, he would not be able to see where the enemy's weapon was coming from and would not be able to fight back. These 3 long ropes seemed to be moving slowly but were actually moving rapidly. However, there was not the slightest sound of wind. The 3 long ropes were like ghosts and demons, indescribably strange. Song Qingshu's figure was like a banished immortal in midair, unrestrained and unrestrained. Often, with a flick of his fingers and a tap of his toes, he would avoid the opponent's killing move. Zhang Sanfeng, who was watching from the side, secretly nodded. The other party had just used a total of 3 moves and 9 styles, and each style had dozens of hidden moves and dozens of killing moves. But the result was that Song Qingshu was able to resolve these 3 moves and 9 styles one by one. Even though each style was extremely dangerous, and even a slight mistake could result in broken bones and death, he still seemed calm and at ease. If it was any other time, Zhang Sanfeng would definitely take a closer look at how Song Qingshu was going to break this Vajra demon subduing ring. But now, the 2 of them were exploring the Shaolin Temple. If the fight continued for too long and alerted the other monks in the temple, it would inevitably lead to unexpected twists and turns. One reading book? 1. The CC Zhang Sanfeng's mind moved, and his entire body took advantage of the center of the 3 black rope. He pulled left and right, one coiled and one entangled. Borrowing the strength of the 3 people, he had already coiled the 3 black ropes together. This move was precisely the Tai Chi heart technique that he created himself. His strength formed a perfect circle, and the inner strength of the 3 black ropes was immediately pulled and twisted into a ball. Zhang Sanfeng rubbed his hands together, and that ball of black ropes suddenly began to spin rapidly. In the darkness, 3 exclamations suddenly sounded, and soon, 3 figures flew out from the nearby pine trees in a sorry state. Fortunately, Zhang Sanfeng was merciful, and did not use too much strength. Thus, the 3 people were able to hastily exchange positions with each other. With a hurried shake of their hands, the 3 entangled ropes finally separated. Zhang Sanfeng did not stop them. Instead, his eyes revealed a look of approval. The cultivation of these 3 old monks was indeed much higher than those of the Xian generation. They were able to stabilize their footing so quickly and not panic. Only then did the 2 of them clearly see the appearance of the 3 monks. The monk in the northeast corner had a pitch-black complexion, like raw iron. The monk in the northwest corner had a withered yellow complexion, like a dead tree. The monk in the south, however, had a deathly pale complexion. The 3 monks' cheeks were all sunken, and they were so thin that they did not have any muscles. The yellow-faced monk glanced at them, and the 5 eyes of the 3 old monks were like torches, sparkling with vigor. Zhang Sanfeng secretly nodded. These should be the 3 Shaolin tribulations, and tribulations. As the 2 of them were sizing up the 3 monks were also sizing up the 2 of them. Just now, Song Qingshu had been able to move freely and easily within the Vajra subduing evil ring. In the lives of the 3 monks, other than the leader of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji, they had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Just as they were overwhelmed with shock, they did not expect that the old Taoist beside him would be even more unfathomable. As soon as he made his move, the 3 of them became unsteady. They could only exchange positions with each other, and with great difficulty, they were able to dispel the strange strength that was transmitted from the black ropes. "Who are the 2 of you, and why have you intruded into the Shaolin forbidden area in the middle of the night?" Tribulations was the first to speak. His voice was imbued with his internal energy, booming loudly. Presumably, he was informing the other monks in the temple. Actually, if it were not for the fact that the martial arts of the 2 people in front of him were too shocking, Why would tribulations need to call for help? During the lion-slaying assembly, all the heroes of the world had gathered at Shaolin Temple. The three of them did not need a single soldier from the abbot's side. Relying solely on the black ropes in their hands, they had repelled wave after wave of martial arts masters with ulterior motives. They had forcibly protected Xie Sun's safety. But now that they had only exchanged a few moves with the two people in front of them, the three monks' hearts were as clear as snow. Even if there was only one person in front of them, the three of them would not necessarily be their opponent, much less two of them. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to come to Zhang Sanfeng's side and said in a low voice, "Great Master, if we wait for Xian Xi and the others to rush over, it will inevitably be difficult for Shaolin Temple and Wu Dang's face to look good. Great Master, it will also be inconvenient for you to make a move. I think it would be better for us to take advantage of this time to first investigate the Sutra Depository and see if we can find out the whereabouts of my father and the others. Then, when Xian Xi and the others rush over, we will float far away and not come face to face with them. In this way, Shaolin Temple and Wu Dang's reputation can be preserved." Zhang Sanfeng nodded his head. He knew that what Song Qingshu said made sense. Shaolin Temple's attitude was strange. This Sutra Depository had to be investigated. But after all, the Sutra Depository was Shaolin Temple's forbidden area. The two of them would inevitably be in the wrong if they were to force their way in. The only thing they could do was to fight and leave as soon as possible. The two of them looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. Very quickly, their figures flashed and they pounced towards the three monks. "How dare you!" Seeing the two of them pouncing towards them, how could the three monks not know what they were thinking? They couldn't help but be startled and angered. However, the three of them had been meditating for more than 30 years. Their greatest skill was to use the telepathic connection. When one of them thought about it, the other two would immediately understand it. The combined power of the three of them was far greater than the combined power of 3 ordinary masters. Therefore, even though they were startled, they didn't panic. 3 black ropes suddenly shot out and formed a circle that was like an iron wall, trapping the two of them in the middle. As long as they could delay for a little while and wait for Abbot Xian Xi and the other masters of the temple to rush over, then everything would naturally be fine. "You deal with Du Nan. Leave the other two to me." Zhang Sanfeng quickly began to assign the tasks of the 2 monks. Chapter 672. As soon as Zhang Sanfeng's voice fell, he activated his Tai Chi force, causing Du Yi's and Du Jie's whips to collide. The black rope was imbued with vigorous internal energy. The 2 monks sensed a strange internal energy coming from the black rope and found that the 2 whips were uncontrollably colliding with each other. They cried out in their hearts, "Oh no!" Immediately afterwards, the opposing black rope's internal energy came pressing down on them, causing the 2 monks to tremble. The 3 monks were martial brothers, so the gap between Du Nan and Du Jie's martial arts was not big. However, Du Yi's martial arts were obviously higher. Du Jie was hit by Du Yi's internal energy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The qi and blood in his body churned violently, causing him to instantly lose the ability to fight. Although Du Yi's situation was slightly better, it was not much better. Du Jie's full force attack made his chest numb. Within a few breaths of time, his whole body was sore and numb, and his internal energy suddenly became sluggish. If it was any other day, it would not be a problem. In such a short period of time, he would be able to adjust the internal energy in his body. However, what kind of person was Zhang Sanfeng? Since he had already made his move, how could he give his opponent a chance to breathe? Du Nan saw that his 2 martial brothers had instantly lost the ability to fight. He immediately turned pale with fright. With a flick of his whip, he attacked Zhang Sanfeng's back, hoping to stop him for a moment so that Du Yi could recover. Song Qing laughed mischievously. He absorbed a handful of pine needles from the ground and shot them towards Du Nan's face with his internal energy. It was like the pear blossom storm needles of the Tang sect. Du Nan's expression changed slightly and he hastily dodged to the side. However, the black rope in his hand did not stop and continued to sweep towards Zhang Sanfeng's back. Du Nan suddenly felt a sense of danger. He suddenly realized that Song Qing, who was several feet away from him, was actually standing next to him and smiling at him. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Is this really the world's Qing Gong? This was his last thought before his acupoints were sealed. The black rope lost its momentum and directly fell to the ground. Song Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Du Nan had to split his attention to save Du Yi. Coupled with the fact that he did not know the details of his Qing Gong, I was able to easily subdue him. Otherwise, it would really have taken some effort. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng had also sealed Du Yi's acupoint. Seeing Song Qing subduing Du Nan so quickly, his eyes were full of admiration. "We will leave immediately after the investigation," Zhang Sanfeng whispered. Song Qing nodded and the two figures flashed, and they went to the Sutra Depository Pavilion. They had only just pushed open the door, but before they could even check out the situation inside, their expressions suddenly changed. They hastily placed their palms before their chests. It did not take long for a vast and majestic force to collide with their palms, causing their bodies to involuntarily sway. Yu and I Ching looked at the door and monk. The Li monk was a Suidu. The I monk Nan and I Nan's Li monk. The Nan as Lu as Hua San San, San Su, Chi monk Ingli Jie Jie I Jie, I the monk Dong Du Jie's face and Chi San San monk. However, the two of them didn't dare to underestimate each other in the slightest. After all, this emaciated old monk was fighting one against two earlier, yet he actually shook the two of them to the point their figures swayed at the same time. Even though it was because the old monk had been waiting for them to tire themselves out and the two of them were caught off guard, this result of the battle was sufficient for them to be proud of. "May I know which master has come to visit the Sutra Depository Pavilion in the middle of the night?" Although the monk's sweeping floor monk looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had the feeling that he would be able to look down on all the other mountains. Many of the world's famous masters couldn't even take one move from him. He didn't expect that in that exchange just now, he would be shaken to the point where his blood and qi were in turmoil. Just where did these two people come from? Zhang Sanfeng looked at Song Qing and rejoiced in his heart. What Song Qing said was true. This Shaolin Sutra Depository Pavilion was actually hiding such a supermaster. If it wasn't for Song Qing's warning, he would have rashly come to the Shaolin Temple. The monk's sweeping floor monk looked at the old Taoist in front of him. Just by standing there casually, he looked like a deep pool and a high mountain. His appearance was unfathomable. He couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be him? When his eyes moved to Song Qing, he was even more surprised. So it is Almsgiver Song. Almsgiver not only healed the meridians in your body, but also learned this amazing ability. Your situation is really beyond this old monk's expectations. Song Qing hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Junior Song Qing greets Senior. Thanks to Senior's guidance, Junior's life has turned for the better. I didn't give any substantive advice at the time, so I dare not take credit. The monk's sweeping floor monk wanted to ask how the other party repaired the meridians, but now was not a good time to chat. He could only turn to Zhang Sanfeng. Is this Master Zhang of Wudong? Zhang Sanfeng bowed slightly. I am Zhang Sanfeng, greet the master. Master's cultivation is the best I have ever seen in my life. I admire you very much. There is a method in the world, but it is all a dream. What's more, in front of Master Zhang, I dare not call myself the best. The monk's sweeping floor monk also bowed back. Faintly hearing the sound of the Shaolin monks rushing over here, Song Qing used the secret voice sending. Great Master, why don't you come and stall this person in front of you? I will take the opportunity to go to the Sutra Depository to investigate. Otherwise, when Xian Ci and the others come, I am afraid there will not be a chance. Zhang Sanfeng secretly nodded. Okay. Song Qing's expression changed. He cupped his hands and said to the monk sweeping floor, Senior, this time we broke into Shaolin at night to investigate the whereabouts of my father and several martial uncles. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. I will come back to apologize in the future. As soon as his voice fell, his whole body was like a green smoke, rushing into the Sutra Depository. Almsgiver's lightness skill is probably the best in the world. The monk sweeping floor monk showed a look of surprise. He put his hands together, and without any movement, Song Qing suddenly felt that there was an invisible high wall in front of him. His whole body seemed to have crashed into a fishing net. He hit it with his palm, but the power of the palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas could not be used. Instead, it was rebounded by the wall. Song Qing's expression froze. The wooden sword was already in his hand. With a wave of the sword, the wooden sword seemed to have turned into an invincible laser knife. The wall of qi in front of him was instantly split into two, and he suddenly felt the pressure around him relax. The monk sweeping floor monk was even more surprised. He was about to continue to attack when Zhang Sanfeng also moved. No matter how confident he was, he did not dare to expose his flank to the world's number one Zhang Sanfeng. He could only let Song Qing leave, and turned back to face the strong enemy in front of him. At this time, Xian Ci had already led the experts of Shaolin to rush over. Seeing that Sandu was injured and restrained, and Zhang Sanfeng was fighting with the monk sweeping floor monk, she could not help but be shocked and angry. Zhenren Zhang broke into Shaolin's forbidden area in the middle of the night. I am afraid that you have lost the bearing of a member of the royal family. Zhang Sanfeng could only smile bitterly. At this time, all of his energy was focused on the monk sweeping floor monk in front of him. He did not dare to open his mouth at the crucial moment, for fear that he would leak his inner qi and let the other party take advantage of his weakness. Thank you, my friend, for your support. Please don't make a scene, as well as the monthly ticket support of Simple and Crude City, XM Lion, Yi Zhaixing, and the others. Also, during the spring festival period, my fellow friends, for their support and monthly tickets. Chapter 673. Seeing that Zhang Sanfeng did not respond, Xian Ci was also helpless. Although she wanted to help the sweeping monk, looking at the martial arts of this group of people, the difference between them and the two was too great. When the time came, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also drag their companions down. Originally, Xian Cheng was the best candidate. With his martial arts, he should be qualified to join the battle. Unfortunately, he was injured by that foreign monk during the day. Thinking of this, Xian Ci was a little angry. All of this was really a trick of Wu Dang. First, they colluded with the leader of the devil cult and the foreign monk of the western regions to injure the Shaolin masters and weaken the strength of Shaolin so that they could sneak in the middle of the night. At this time, the surrounding area was completely silent. A group of Shaolin masters watched the two people in front of them exchange blows. The shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. Generally, when a Jianghu master made a move, every move and style was often very famous. If you used the 18 dragon subduing palms, I would have to use the 9 strategies beyond the swords to deal with it. Both of these moves were famous moves in Jianghu. But the two people in front of them had completely broken this understanding of everyone. The sweeping monk lightly patted. No one could recognize what was so special about this move of his. It looked very ordinary, as if any farmer in the countryside could easily avoid it by taking a step to the side. But Zhang Sanfeng acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he punched towards the palm of his opponent. If Song Qinshu was here, he would certainly sigh in admiration. In the original work, Murong Bo's martial arts were very good. In the face of this slap, he chose to raise his hand to block, and his body floated backwards. The martial arts of the Murong family of Gusu was already extraordinary. After studying the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin Temple, it was like adding wings to a tiger. With a raise of his hand, his body floated, seemingly ordinary, but with a single palm, he could block all kinds of attacks in the world, and with a single retreat, he could evade any pursuit in the world. His defense was tight and elegant. But even so, he was still lightly patted on his Baihui acupoint by the sweeping monk, and died. Zhang Sanfeng hadn't seen this move before, but his 100 years of experience made him keenly aware of the crisis within it. Unlike Murong Bo, he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he faced it head-on and directly broke it with a punch. Seeing Zhang Sanfeng's fist, the Shaolin monks once again let out a cry of surprise. They could not understand the moves of the sweeping monk, and similarly, they could not recognize the name of this fist. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. When one's martial arts has reached such a high level, why would one still care about any moves? Often, a palm, a slap, or a kick, the most ordinary, simple moves would be enough to subdue the majority of the world's martial arts experts. Throughout Jin Yang's 14 divisions, only Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk had reached this level. As for the other experts, whether it was Zhang Wuji, whose martial arts were heaven-defying, or the main character of the fantasy world, Shi Patian, when they fought, they would always need to use their own moves. If they encountered a top-notch expert, it wouldn't be strange for them to fight dozens or even hundreds of rounds. However, it was only Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk who had only fought once or twice, and each time, they would defeat their opponent with a single move. It was impossible to see what was so special about their move. With a grab, Zhang Sanfeng subdued the two Xianming elders with a single move. Behind him, he faced the sneak attack of the firm deity. After he was severely injured, he similarly killed him with a single palm strike. The sweeping monk also used a palm strike to kill experts like Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan. Zhang Wuji and Guojing were the protagonists. Every single move and every single style was often very famous. If it wasn't the Qian Kun de Nua 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 de Nua, what was that slap from the sweeping monk? When one's martial arts reached this level, an ordinary move would be able to achieve an effect that far surpassed the various divine skills of those main characters. The two of them exchanged punches and kicked. At first glance, the people around them wouldn't be able to comprehend the mystery behind it. Often, they would only be able to understand it after a long time. In the situation at that time, that one punch and one kick was the most perfect response. However, at this time, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves. During this time, the moves of the two of them naturally couldn't be seen. The sweeping monk's eyes swept across the scene from the corner of his eyes. He understood the current situation like the back of his hand. When he saw that Shaolin had the advantage in numbers, but was unable to turn it into a victory, he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. If it were any other time, it wouldn't have mattered. However, today Zhang Sanfeng was in the wrong. Coupled with the fact that this was a rare opportunity, the sweeping monk thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to make the other party stay here. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. His body leaned into Zhang Sanfeng's bosom, forcing the other party to fight with his internal energy. Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't avoid the other party's move, but if he did, he would lose the initiative. The other party's martial arts were not below his own. At that time, the continuous attacks would come one after another, and he would be in even more danger. What's more, with his 100 years of cultivation, the internal energy in his body cycled. The internal energy in his dantian was like smoke curling up, leisurely and free. the so-called dense purple gas. If he wanted to compete with internal energy, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the world. Moreover, in this way, it might be easier for him to win. Having made up his mind, Zhang Sanfeng raised his hand to receive the sweeping monk's palm strength. The two palms intersected, and an invisible force spread in all directions. Even Xian Ci and the other masters couldn't stand steadily and fell back one after another. But Zhang Sanfeng's internal energy was vigorous. How could the sweeping monk be worse? 40 years ago, before the sweeping monk came to Shaolin, he was already an earth-shattering figure in the Jianghu. It was just that the average person didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with him. In these 40 years in Shaolin, he had also integrated the unique skills of Shaolin, and his martial arts had even reached an unprecedented level. This time, in a battle of internal energy with Zhang Sanfeng, they were actually evenly matched. Xian Ci knew that this was not the way to go. Although the sweeping monk's cultivation was extremely high, Zhang Sanfeng had been in the Jianghu for over 100 years. As time went on, the sweeping monk might not be able to hold on. Therefore, he decided to call for help from the other masters. Master Zhang, today is not a martial arts competition. You have trespassed into our temple's forbidden area in the middle of the night. Don't blame us for relying on numbers to win. However, Xian Ci also had self-awareness. The disparity between their group and the two of them was too great. If they ran over and engaged in close combat, they would instead be injured by the aftershocks of the two's internal energy. However, the Shaolin Temple's unique skills did not lack long-range attacks. Dozens of masters surrounded him, attacking and harassing Zhang Sanfeng from afar, distracting him. In a battle of internal energy between masters, the most taboo was to disturb them. As long as they succeeded in distracting Zhang Sanfeng, the sweeping monk would be able to successfully win. Zhang Sanfeng had never expected that these Shaolin Temple's eminent monks would actually disregard their status to launch a sneak attack on him while he was competing with others in terms of internal energy. He couldn't help but be startled. The Shaolin Temple monks are trying every possible means to keep me here. Could it be that Yuan Xiao and the others have really fallen into the hands of the Shaolin Temple? Having received Xian Ci's signal, the Shaolin Temple's eminent monks began to use their unique skills one after another. Flower-pinching finger, formless finger of disaster, great Vajra palm, all kinds of long-range skills were launched towards Zhang Sanfeng's back and side. Zhang Sanfeng's mind was shaken. He knew that he was at a critical moment in the battle of internal energy. If he allowed these attacks to land on his body, he would definitely die. He secretly clenched his teeth and decided to risk getting injured. First, he would use his internal energy to shake off the sweeping monk, then. Chapter 674. How dare you! At this critical moment, Song Qingshu descended from the sky. He did not expect that he would say this catchphrase that had been ridiculed countless times in his previous life. But at this moment, besides this, he could not find any other words to describe the anger in his heart. Reading WW? W? 1? K. A reading N? S? You reading the C? C? He didn't expect that the Shaolin eminent monk, who had always been sanctimonious, would actually take advantage of the critical moment when Zhang Sanfeng was competing with his inner force to make a move against him. This was clearly to put him in a dead end. Song Qingshu's eyes suddenly turned red. He was waiting to neutralize the opponent's various long-range attacks. The wooden sword faintly wandered around his body. He had already planned to start a massacre tonight. Seeing the look in Song Qingshu's eyes, Xian Ci's heart skipped a beat. He knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. He also made a prompt decision and shouted, "Get into formation. This concerns the reputation of our Shaolin. There is no need to talk about Jiang who rules with him. Let's attack together." Song Qingshu chuckled and said, It seems that his abbotship intends to leave both of us here. When the time comes, no one will know what happened tonight. Your Shaolin Temple can just come up with a random excuse to get away with it. You can even take the opportunity to get rid of the Wudong sect's greatest threat. You are indeed brilliant. Song Qingshu secretly regretted it. Xian Xi was the big brother who massacred Xiao Feng's family that year. If this matter could still be explained by Morongbo deceiving him, but after that, he had an affair with Yi Ernyang, causing Yi Ernyang, a good girl, to get pregnant before marriage, but he didn't care about it. Want? Reading 1? K. A reading N? After Yi Ernyang brought disaster to Jianghu, where did her martial arts come from? Xian Xi had always claimed to be compassionate. Why did he not control her? Moreover, when the heroes of Jianghu died one after another in order to keep his identity a secret, why did he not show up? Only when he was forced into a corner by Xiao Yuanshan at the Shaolin Convention did he confess everything? At the end of the day, Xian Xi was not as sanctimonious as he looked. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was another Yu Buchuan. Looking at the monks before him, Song Qingshu began to ponder. Xian Qing, Fang Zheng, and Sandu were seriously injured and had yet to recover. As for the remaining Xian, Kong, and Fang generation monks, although they were first-rate experts in the eyes of ordinary people, in Song Qingshu's opinion, only Xiuzhu and Xian Xi were worth paying attention to. Humph, I'll make Shaolin Temple bleed today. A fierce look flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. In fact, the best choice for him now was to take advantage of this opportunity to seriously injure the sweeping monk. After all, the two of them were competing in terms of internal energy. If he and Zhang Sanfeng joined forces, even if the sweeping monk's martial arts were divine, he could only die with a grievance on the spot. Then, within the entire Shaolin Temple, there would be no one who could be a match for the two of them. It was a pity that Song Qingshu was unwilling to take advantage of others when they were in a precarious situation, so he shifted his target to Xian Xi and the others. The Shaolin Temple and Song Qingshu had been enemies for many times, so they had long wanted to get rid of him. Therefore, the monks glared at Song Qingshu with hostility. Reading a book? WW1SCC. The battle was about to begin. Suddenly, the sound of zither and flute resonated in the air. It sounded like several zither and flutes were playing at the same time. The music was ethereal, faintly discernible, but everyone could hear it very clearly. It was just that it fluctuated from east to west, and no one knew where it came from. Song Qingshu was startled. Who was playing tricks on him? When he saw the slightly changed expression of Xian Xi and the others, he couldn't help but feel surprised. It seemed that these Shaolin Temple monks obviously knew the identity of the other party, and they seemed to be quite afraid of them. The zither clanged 3 times, and suddenly 4 girls in white floated down from the east and west eaves to the courtyard. Each of them held a zither in their hands. These 4 zither were shorter and narrower than ordinary 7-spun zither, but they still had 7 strings. After the 4 girls landed, they stood in 4 corners of the courtyard. Then 4 girls in black walked in, each holding a long black flute in their hands. This flute was half the length of a common flute. The 4 girls in black also stood in 4 corners. 4 white and 4 black, standing in a crisscrossed position. The 8 girls stood in position. The 4 zither sounded a tune and then the flute joined in. The music was extremely gentle and elegant. Song Qingshu didn't understand music, but he still felt that the music was sweet. Although he was in a very urgent situation, he was willing to listen to it for a moment. Amidst the melodious music, a woman in a light yellow robe slowly walked in. She was about 27 or 28 years old, graceful and charming, extremely beautiful, but her face was too pale, without the slightest hint of blood. What an exaggerated way to appear! Song Qingshu was startled. He couldn't help but think of an extremely mysterious person in the original work, the yellow-robed woman. She also appeared in the lion-slaying assembly. But at that time, all the meridians in Song Qingshu's body were broken, and he was struggling at death's door. Naturally, he didn't have the chance to see her. "Miss, why have you come to our temple again?" Xian Ci took a step forward and asked. If outsiders saw this, they would certainly find it strange that someone of Xian Ci's status in Jianghu would be so polite to a little girl. But Xian Ci knew that the martial arts this woman had displayed at the lion-slaying assembly were really shocking. He had no choice but to respect her. "I don't dare to give you advice. I'm here today because I'm worried that you will all be used by others and hurt the harmony between Shaolin and Wudong." The yellow-robed woman smiled slightly, like the first melting of ice and snow. Many of the young monks couldn't help but blush when they saw this. Used by others? Xian Ci frowned and muttered to himself. The yellow-robed woman didn't continue to answer his questions. Instead, she turned to Song Qingshu. Her bright eyes were filled with curiosity. In recent years, young master has suddenly become a new force to be reckoned with. You're in the limelight, almost as if you're the leader of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji. I thought you were some amazing person. But seeing you today, young master's head is full of murderous intent. Aye. But Song Qingshu didn't fall for her trick. He laughed coldly and said, "Song Mao has heard that Miss made a stunning appearance at the lion-slaying assembly, like a fairy who has fallen to the mortal world. I've always regretted that I didn't have the chance to see you. Who would have thought that when I see you today, I only see an ordinary woman who cares about ostentation and reputation. I'm so disappointed." He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. He learned it so well that many of the Shaolin monks had to suppress their laughter. The yellow-robed woman's face turned red. She had a noble status and was extremely beautiful. Everywhere she went, everyone treated her with the utmost respect, as if they were afraid of blaspheming a fairy. When had she ever met such a scoundrel like Song Qingshu? "I've long heard that young master has a sharp tongue. Your clever mouth has deceived the hearts of many women. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation," the yellow-robed woman said with a faint smile. Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "Miss, it's better if you don't talk to me too much. I'm afraid that if you talk too much, you'll accidentally fall in love with me." The yellow-robed woman's starry eyes widened. She had never met such a shameless person. She couldn't help but let out a soft snort and no longer paid attention to him. Instead, she walked towards Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk, who were competing with their internal energy. Fourth update. Once again, I would like to thank you for your support. Chapter 675. Song Qing's expression turned cold. He was worried that she would suddenly kill him, so he quietly stood around Zhang Sanfeng and watched her vigilantly. The lady in yellow rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. When she turned to face Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk, she put on her usual warm smile and said in a gentle voice, "Two elders, please listen to what I have to say. This conflict between Shaolin and Wudong is caused by some people. If the two of you are both injured, wouldn't that be exactly what those people want? Seniors, please stop." Then she stretched out her hand and flicked her fingers on the palms of the two people. Zhang Sanfeng and the monk felt a soft force mediating between them. Without hesitation, they withdrew their internal energy and took a step back. Song Qing's eyes narrowed. This was a kung fu technique from the 9-yin manual. It was somewhat similar to the 9-yin white bone claw, but it lacked the strangeness of the technique. Instead, it was more graceful. To be able to separate Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk, this kung fu technique must be extremely powerful. "Thank you, young lady." Zhang Sanfeng bowed respectfully towards the yellow-robed woman. It must be known that he and the sweeping monk's internal energy were almost on par with each other. Now that they were enemies, how could he dare to easily withdraw his internal energy? If no one intervened, the only way to end this was to wait for one side to be defeated. The girl in yellow smiled lightly. I still have to thank the two elders. If either of you did not withdraw your internal energy, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured and died." Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile. The yellow-robed woman was right. In that situation just now, she had actually taken a huge risk by acting as the middleman. If either side had not withdrawn their inner energy, then she would have been the only one who could withstand the attack. Although her martial power was not bad, compared to the cultivation of the two of them, there was naturally still a gap. "Young lady, you mentioned that there was someone behind this matter. Can you explain in detail?" the monk asked. The girl in yellow nodded and said softly, "Not long ago, the Mongols seemed to have shifted their strategic focus to the western expedition. They withdrew their troops one after another from the central plains, leaving many empty areas. The Song took the opportunity to recover Sichuan, and the Jin took the opportunity to occupy Hanzhong and Shangyong. Without the pressure from the Mongols, the leaders of the Jin kingdom shifted their attention to the territory of the Song kingdom. They wanted to occupy the land of the Song kingdom to make up for the land they lost to the Mongols a few years ago. However, the two countries signed the Shaoxing peace treaty, so the Jin kingdom needed an excuse to start a war. The people in the area were all smart people. When they heard this and remembered the conflict between Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect, they could not help but feel shocked. The yellow-robed woman continued, "Shaolin is the largest sect in the Jin kingdom, while Wudong is the largest sect in the Song kingdom. Zhenren Zhang is the Zhenren of subtle manifestation, bestowed by the emperor. His status is transcendent. Whether it is in the imperial court or among the people, he has an extremely high reputation. If Shaolin and Wudong fight, the Jin kingdom can use Songwa's provocation as an excuse to send troops. But if something happens to Zhang Zhenren in Shaolin, I'm afraid the entire Song kingdom will be enraged. At that time, a great war will be inevitable, and I'm afraid the people will be plunged into misery and suffering." "Miss, do you mean that the mastermind is a senior of the Jin kingdom?" Xian Xi was shocked. The Jin kingdom had tried to rope in Shaolin several times, but Shaolin had always pretended to be a snake. He did not expect that the revenge of the Jin kingdom this time would be so fierce. He did not know which master came up with this plan, but he made full use of the conflict between Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect. He knew that Shaolin would definitely make a move against Zhang Sanfeng if there was a chance. Tonight, if the yellow-robed woman had not suddenly appeared and stopped him, Xian Xi could not help but shiver. According to his original plan, as long as Zhang Sanfeng and Zhang Sanfeng were eliminated, wouldn't the Shaolin Temple be the one to speak? But since the Jin kingdom had been planning this for a long time, they would certainly not let Shaolin control the public opinion. As long as they leaked some information, they would frame Shaolin Temple for the attack on the heroes of Wudong. Then, Shaolin Temple would become the one who deliberately plotted against Wudong sect. At that time, not only would Shaolin Temple not be tolerated by the martial arts world, but they would also offend the southern Song kingdom and offend all the Han people. Shaolin Temple would probably not tolerate all the Han people in the world and could only obediently surrender to the Jin kingdom. The yellow-robed woman nodded. According to reliable information, the attack on the heroes of Wudong was planned by some senior members of the Jin kingdom. Unfortunately, this matter is extremely secretive, and we could not find any more information. Just because you say that the mastermind is the Jin kingdom, does it mean that it is the Jin kingdom? Do you have any evidence? Although Song Qing believed about 70 to 80% of her words, this matter was of great importance, and he had no choice but to be cautious. This is the information that the entire intelligence network of the Song dynasty had to expend tremendous effort to find out. If young master still does not believe me, the yellow-robed woman paused for a moment before turning to Zhang Sanfeng. Have you heard of the Jianshan courtyard? Zhang Sanfeng's face was full of surprise. Is it the Jianshan courtyard that Huang Chang founded? The yellow-robed woman smiled and nodded. Yes, I am the current generation's holy maiden of the Jianshan courtyard. I represent the Jianshan courtyard and naturally would not lie to anyone. Since you come from the Jianshan courtyard, I can naturally trust you. Zhang Sanfeng nodded, then glanced at Song Qing. Qing, did you manage to find out the whereabouts of Yuan Xiao and the others in the sutra depository? There was no trace of them. Song Qing shook his head slightly, then asked curiously, what is the background of this Jianshan courtyard? Why did Great Master believe it the moment he heard it? The Jianshan courtyard was founded by Huang Chang in the past to promote Confucianism. The professors there are all great scholars of the present age, and it can be said to be the Holy Land in the hearts of the entire Song Kingdom's scholars. Everyone who is able to study in the Jianshan courtyard takes pride in it. Furthermore, because of Huang Chang, the Jianshan courtyard has specially established an inner courtyard. The disciples of the inner courtyard are all highly skilled in martial arts. They help the imperial court to gather information and deal with troublesome matters. Huang Chang. Song Qing muttered to himself. No wonder the yellow-robed woman's mastery of the 9-yin manual was so good. It turns out that the author of the 9-yin manual was the principal of the Jianshan courtyard. I have brought the news to you. I will take my leave now. The yellow-robed woman smiled faintly, then turned around to leave. Hey, who is that? Song Qing was anxious and did not know the other party's name. May I ask which high-ranking official of the Jin Kingdom captured the Wu-Dang heroes? The yellow-robed woman shook her head slightly. The Song Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom are enemies. Finding out that the Wu-Dang heroes are in the hands of the Jin Kingdom is already our limit. As for their specific whereabouts, forgive me for not being able to do anything. However, I have often heard of the legends of you in Jianghu. You are able to do so many impossible things. I believe this matter will not be a problem for you. Song Qing thought to himself, this woman is quite narrow-minded. She only finds an opportunity to make fun of me. As the yellow-robed woman walked further and further away, Song Qing shouted from afar, one last question. Is your surname Yang? This was what Song Qing was most curious about. In the original work, the yellow-robed woman should be the descendant of Yang Guo and Xiao Long Nu. However, Yang Guo was still a virgin, so this relationship was naturally impossible. Therefore, he wanted to know how this world corrected the identity of the yellow-robed woman. The yellow-robed woman's figure paused and her tone became somewhat emotional. I have 2 surnames. My original surname. Let's not talk about it. You guessed correctly. Now my surname is indeed Yang, the Yang of the Yang family general. As soon as she finished speaking, the yellow-robed woman floated away. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.